And there we go, that microphone is on. Wow, I missed that volcano. I missed that volcano too. I really, really do. For more reasons than one. Anyway, welcome everyone. Glad to have you all on board. I see a bunch of you didn't hit that like button yet. Give it a bop if you haven't done that as of yet. And welcome to all of you. Glad to have you all on board. And happy Friday. Yep, King Colin Deadman says, a memory lane, Dr. Fox. You bet. It is indeed. Wonderful. Thanks, Sarah, for bopping it. And there are a few more people bopped it, and that's excellent. I was one of them. Okay. Great stuff. And yeah, it is Friday, March the 17th. Happy St. Patrick's Day to everyone. For those who are still on Friday, and that is awesome. I was watching a little bit of the St. Patrick's Day live stuff from Arizona Snowman sent me a link there from earlier today, and I don't know exactly where it was, but man, was there a lot of people, and they were so crowded on the street there that you couldn't tell where the street ended and where the crowd ended. It was incredible to see. So we got to say happy St. Patrick's Day to everyone out there on this March 17th of 2023. And yep, people didn't have masks on or anything, which is really nice to see. And shoulder to shoulder, bumping into each other, and nothing like having a whole big pile of Irish people having fun. So that was awesome. Still a Friday in Ireland. Excellent, King Colin, and I'm sure they're whooping it up as we speak. So great to see that. Anyway, yep, canned lava on the screen from day 104 of the Icelandic volcano eruption of Frægðarfjall, and of course that is Ragnar that we see doing its thing with the lava flows. So awesome. And let's see, first person in today, Brian, Perfectibility 999. He gets the cookies, and there you go, Brian. And nice to see that other people are getting a chance to get the cookies as well. So awesome, and thanks for being first one in. That is always cool. So hey, don't talk with your mouth full. I guess that happens. Anyway, that is all good. Before we get to say hi to everyone, we will go over some news that is transpiring as we continue to talk about it. Let me get on the right screen here, and I just want to do a refresh. I don't have exact numbers, but we've been having a very large amount of earthquakes in an area called let's see, what do they actually call that place? It's Kawarau. I hope I said it right. Kawerau, and that is in New Zealand. And yeah, there are piles and piles of earthquakes happening there, all in one confined area. So we will get to that in a second. It is a very large possibility that we may have a new volcano developing, and there have been ongoing quakes now, and I don't have the number of quakes that have happened, but they seem to be going on every 2 to 4 minutes, there's a new quake, and it's been going on since very, very early this morning, their time, which is in the middle of the night, our time, and it is west of, what do they call it, Wakatani, if I said it right, and is very close to the Bay of Plenty. You think you know which one? Well, that's the thing. It may be a whole brand new one, Kimmy. That's the whole thing. It is close to one that they thought it might have been, but we'll take a look at that in a second. Anyway, let me say hello to everyone, and then we will flip over to the map screens and take a look. Can I say? Yeah. What the volcano? If you want to, yeah, say the name that you wanted to say there, and we'll see if it's the right one. No, and we're not talking about the mystery volcano here. We're talking about the new one that may be happening. No, it's not White Island Volcano. Definitely not. That is, White Island Volcano is on its own little island out in the Bay of Plenty, but this one is on land, and we'll get to that in a minute. So I'll say hi to everyone, and happy St. Patrick's Day to each and every one of you. And we'll start out by saying hi to Kimmy Lambert, of course, and Kevin Haynes, and Kevin Williams, and King Colin Deadman, and Tanto, and Dave Crook, and let's see, we got Kevin Haynes already. Sue is here, welcome. Philomena, welcome on board. Brian, who got the cookies, Perfectability 999, good to have you here. Kathy, aloha, and sliding up, Ken Wilson also here. Mona Alfano, welcome. Sarah Miles is here, and C&D Boy just popped in. I see you there, Bob. And we got Kevin Williams already. Okay, sliding up, looking for other names. Lizoid is here. OneFish26 also here, who's already working his brains and his Google ability, and to find out what the mystery volcano is. He's got his computer working overtime. I see smoke coming out of there from underneath that water. Anyway, scrolling up, Linda Schoof is also here. Tanto we got already. Okay, never mind. Scrolling up some more, looking for other good people. Henry Nelson is on board. Welcome, Henry. And still scrolling, looking for others. A lot of chatters are going on, which is really good. Wessex Dragon, welcome. Glad to have you on board. I got your email there earlier as well. And it's kind of a long thing there. I do want to talk about that a little bit, but we'll talk about, what you had mentioned, and we'll get to kind of an explanation why I'm not doing that right now. Stream is too long already. Anyway, scrolling up a little bit more, looking for others. Bill Kimmel, welcome on board. Let's see, who else we got? Of course, I see Gary 24/7 Live. He's at Skies, one of our other moderators. Wonderful. We got Philomena, we got Henry, still scrolling, and Dan is also in the house. Welcome, Dan. Good to have you on board. And I've scrolled up as far as I can get, and I don't see any other names right there. Get back to the bottom, though. I do see Raymond Bensler just popped in, and Eric Sackman, welcome from Ohio. Okay, Eric, welcome. And let's see, just want to take a look here. Okay, did I miss anyone else? I'm still looking. Piggy is in the house. Welcome, Piggy. glad to have you on board. So a big welcome to my moderators. And of course, we've got Arizona Snowman, Piggy, C&D Boy, 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, as well as possibly Joseph Fields, Texas, and Lucas Snow. And good to have all of them around. And not sure who's all on board, but I did see Piggy and C&D Boy and 24/7 Live, AZ Skies. So at least we got the three of them here, and all are good. So anyway, yeah, let's put a pause on our wonderful can of lava. This can isn't that big anyway, so I'm going to pause it, and we will go take a look. We'll get rid of that darn banner too. We will go have a look at our earthquake maps. And unfortunately, USGS doesn't report as greatly as they could there. And there's the USGS map, and we'll zoom into the area here, and just so you guys can see. And this is on the North Island of New Zealand. This is the Bay of Plenty, and this guy out here, that is White Island volcano. And the area that we are looking at is right in here. Now, of course, where these larger quakes are, that's not exactly where the epicenter is, if you want to call it that. Let's see if I can zoom in a little bit more. I'm surprised they show this as kind of a weird color here, but satellite looks better. Anyway, most of it is located right in this area, okay? And that is right underneath that town. And that is what is worrisome. And of course, that's what we see there. You do see the larger ones here that are listed, the 4.7, the 5.3, and the 4.8 from on the scale here. So those are larger ones. The other ones are much, much smaller, and they are in here. If we go over to the other map, and I had refreshed this one, let's zoom in here, and you'll very quickly be able to tell that, yeah, they have reported a whole bunch more than what's there. But this is still only a portion of the story, since they are not reporting all of them. So the other one that I did bring up, and thank you to Amelia for providing that, and that is this from geonet.org.nz, and I will put that link in here, geonet.org.nz, and that is this particular map that you can bring up. And that is right there. You can put a / earthquakes behind it if you want. Here, actually, I'll drop the whole link just so you can see it. I just typed that in because it was fast. There you go. And that should show up as a link. There you go. So that is the map we're looking at. And I don't have a list of how many quakes there were, but as you can see, they're just happening time and time again, and every time you refresh, of course, they zoom it back out, unfortunately. But if we zoom in a little bit, this is showing how many quakes are in the area, and that kind of shows you what's going on in that localized area. And the maximum they'll show on this map is 100. So is there a fault line there, or a plate edge? I don't believe so. I don't know. I haven't had enough time to study the area. GeoNet has cams too. Oh, wow. I did not know that they've got cams on their site as well. I've been glued to watching the earthquakes go by every 2 or 3 or 5 minutes that they're happening. So it's very, very interesting to see that. Anyway, looking at the area, so that gives you a pretty good idea where majority of it is happening. And it's almost like here's if we zoom in a little bit more, here's the basis of the town, and this is I guess a wood factory right in here, and then a lot of them happening in there. So I did put a Google map on here, Google Maps, and we can take a look on Google Maps a little bit better to see what the lay of the land is like. And of course, this is the area here. Here's the wood processing facility. A lot of the quakes are in this area here where this little lake is. So we have a lot of them right in there. So in a generalized area, this whole area here is where it's happening. And yes, it is a populated area. Yes, there's people living here. I don't know how many, but there are quite a few. And when we spin this around a little bit, we can kind of see what it looks like from different angles. Now that I've got it on this one, I want to slide this up a little bit and actually zoom it out. There it is. Everyone, I kind of thought it was this volcano, and it is not. It's not Mount Tarawera. Tarawera is the closest volcano to that area, but that is some distance away. If we slide over, you can see that is part of the Tarawera forest road going through here. And so that area, that is this area, that since we spun around, you can see it, there's the wood plant and the town site. So is that Tongero? No, that's not Tongero. I don't believe. That name is unfamiliar to me, Kimmy, so I don't know. And if you guys want, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just copy the link here, and we'll drop it here so you can have a look on Google Maps yourself. That is this right there. So because I'm unfamiliar with that area, it's all brand new to me in that sense, but when we look at it in here, it seems to be in this general area that we're seeing it. So that is something that is scary. I don't know if they've ordered any evacuations for that area. This next one here, this Mount Potawatomi summit rig, I don't know if that's just a hiking thing. This, of course, is an old volcano. You can certainly tell that by the looks of it. And then, you know, you've got other mounds here. And this whole island area here is volcanically, you know, I look at this, this field here, and what this kind of reminds me of is looking at where the lava did flow at one point in time. And that goes for the rest of it. This here too, this is a vent that would have been active at some point in time in the past history. So yeah, looks like Kilauea Pond. Henry, you're exactly right. That's what I was thinking. And when you look at that, that's exactly what I was thinking, that it looked like Kilauea. You know, this area, the way it is represented. And speaking of that, let's just take a quick peek, just so what we were saying is actually kind of factual, in the sense of that's exactly what I thought it was. Let me see if I can get over there. And yeah, so if we go over and take a look, oh, hang on, I got the video playing, and let's pause that again. Actually, I'm going to turn that off for a second. And oh, there's that mystery volcano. Let's turn that off too. There, that picture right there. Although the way the sun is hitting it, it doesn't depict it as well today. But that is kind of what I was thinking. If we make that a little bit smaller there we go. That's kind of the area that I was thinking it almost resembled, you know, the lava flows. So if we go back to that, that's kind of what we've got in that area, looking at it. The water evaporated in 2018, and the main water source for the Big Island, eruption. All right. Anyway, I'm not sure what that's about. But yeah. So that is a very interesting stuff to be able to see that. And of course, you know, looking at it and kind of freaking out a little bit, going, hey, are we going to see something pop right here? There's the last one that had erupted a while ago, and that's Tarawera. And the other one that we see close by is, of course, this Mount Putawaki, if I said it right. I don't know. I don't speak that funny language down there. Anyway, that is kind of interesting stuff, and I certainly hope for all of those people that, you know, things are all good, fascinating, and their volcanoes have cams. So if there's a new volcano, they for sure will have them. Okay, that is very interesting, Kimmy, and thank you for that little input. So yeah, and that's on GeoNet's site, and of course I dropped that link earlier, and you guys are welcome to have a perusal there and see what it looks like. And if I put this back to a 3D, we get looking straight down on it on top. It looks a little bit different from the 2D from the 3D, but yeah, this definitely looks like it's an old lava flow area, all of it, with different vents that may have been in there in the past. And if we spin that back around to face the other way, whoop, go, and there we go. We zoom out a little bit. White Island volcano is out here, just so you know, and that is what they call the Bay of Plenty. And then there's some other islands in here, and this Wakatani is right in here, and another population center here is this Taugera, if I said it right. That seems to be the bigger metropolis in the area, and then there's a bunch of communities along the beach here as well. So not sure what this will all affect if we do get a volcano there. Certainly is going to be something for those people in this area, the immediate area, definitely. Where is Taupo in relation to that? Taupo is way over here. Okay, this is where we are at. That's what we were looking at Taupo. And Taupo, the action center in Taupo, is actually somewhere in the middle here in this area. So that gives you a pretty good idea. And if we keep going, Ruapehu is over here, I do believe. Is that Ruapehu? Or is it one of these? Hang on. That might be Ruapehu there. Yeah, I think it is. So yeah, that's kind of what we got going on there. So anyway, Taupo there, and then this is quite a distance over, and that is right in this area. and I guess it's a heavily forested area. So, what was it? Tongero has been steaming today also. Okay, interesting. I don't know where Tongero is in a relationship to this. So, kind of wondering where that might be. Where is it from this location? Left, right, or up or down? Just kind of wondering in comparison to this, where this Tongero is, Kimmy, when we're looking at the map. Does that help if I zoom it out, or you're looking for it? I'm not sure where these places are. I've never been there to New Zealand, so I have no idea. Yeah, New Zealand. Yeah, that helps. Is there a mine or tunneling? No, I don't believe so. I don't believe they're doing any tunneling in that area. But that is, well, they're showing that one, Kawarau, however it is pronounced. Anyway, that is that one. I don't know. I'm on my phone. We'll go look. Okay, no worries. It's all good. Yeah, but that is interesting to see, you know, with the amount of earthquakes that we had there and the amount of stuff going on, and that, of course, is only a portion because they don't put all of them on there. And if I refresh this, the last one here at 12:10, and let's see how many we've got since 12:10. Okay, we had a whole bunch. Whoop. What did I do? I want to click on here. Okay, so 12:10, 12:20. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, hang on. Let's zoom in into that area, so we're only getting that area on there. But that still shows you a pretty good idea of what's going on there. So, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 10 minutes. So, these storms are typical for this area, but monitored closely. Thank you, and that is interesting, and very neat to know. And you know, I'd still be a little bit worried though with that many earthquakes all of a sudden happening underneath your feet, and some of them are varying from, you know, you see some depths of 2 kilometers down, 4 kilometers, 3 kilometers. If we go down the list, 5 and 7 kilometers, 4 kilometers, 7 kilometers, 4 and 2 and 6. So a 1 kilometer for that one, you know, those are not that far down. And if you do have magma down there, that certainly can be going up. They deleted this one. Not sure why, but oh, that's not part of that area. Okay, and anyway, it does give you a pretty good idea of that. You know, we've got a major swarm. That's magma moving up. That's kind of what I thought, Kathy, and that was my thought on it as well. So yeah, it's pretty cool to see that, and if it is typical of that area, that's scary. I wouldn't want to live there. Wouldn't want to live there. Oh, Linda just said that too. Yep. Yeah, that is a little bit on the freaky side. So, thanks, Henry, for that 3 minutes to go. And yeah, I'd be a little bit worried about what was going on there. And you know, and when you look at it, that whole area here, if we zoom out a little bit, that whole area looks like it was an outflow for lava that had previously flowed, and multiple volcanoes had created this area. Tongariro, okay, 20 kilometers southwest of Lake Taupo. Sorry, I grossly misspelled it. No worries, and I'm sure I grossly mispronounced it, Kimmy. And so if that is southwest, that would be down here somewhere in this area. So, yeah, something like that. Let's see, where is that? Yeah, I don't see it, but it is very possible. 20 kilometers. I'm looking on the map here. I don't see a little legend that says roughly how far it is. Am I in 2D or 3D? That's 2D. Yeah, they don't give me a distance, so, but yeah, it would be somewhere out here, probably, if it's to the southwest. And I'm not going to worry about that right now. But yeah, very, very interesting, and they have a camera on it on the same site. Cool. So yeah, you guys are definitely welcome to go on to there, and again, I'll drop that link so you all have it. And there it is, and that is geonet.org.nz/earthquakes or earthquake slash, and that'll bring that up, and that is pretty cool. On that friendly note, we will leave that be for right now and zoom back out, and we'll get ready for our next little segment. I thought that was pretty interesting news, though, and we'll definitely see what will happen there in the near future. So we have a potential of a new volcano, perhaps coming to light, and we'll see what happens. Anyway, I'm going to put you back on some canned lava, not this stuff here. That's dried lava. We got wet stuff. There we go. Anyway, that can isn't all that big, so we'll run out of canned lava. I'm sure I'm going to have to replay this or something. Anyway, for those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please do consider hitting the like. And also, if you have not yet subscribed, you're sitting in the Lurkers Lounge, consider subscribing if you like what you're seeing on the screen and enjoying the show. And quick welcome to Full Circle, Florida, and Serotonin. Welcome, you guys. And I am going to go for a break, so don't go away. And by the way, just so you know, I got a headache, so I'm going to try not to yell or do loud things today. And hopefully the birds will stop screaming outside. And I see I've got some volume coming from somewhere. I got to turn that down in the background. There we go. I think I fixed that. All right. That was the other stream. We had noises there. Here comes some music. Hit the like button if you. Oh, hang on. My microphone's way too loud too, isn't it? Is that better? That should be all right. Sorry, you guys. I did reboot the stream or the computer, so that's what caused that, and I do apologize if that microphone was out way too loud. Anyway, there we go. I'll be back in a few minutes, and don't go away, keep smiling, and here comes some music. Thanks. we go. I've got that microphone back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And of course, you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. And we talk about all kinds of good things in here, including headaches and Pepsi and cats and dogs and pigs and volcanoes too sometimes, which is kind of neat. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from Tanto and One Fish and Kevin and Philomena, and I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000 from Sharon Stewart. I'm not going to try to raise my voice too much here because that'll cause a little bit more hurt in the old head. I did take a couple of Advil here on the break, so we'll see if that helps out a little bit. But anyway, let's continue on with what we've got going on. Grenzed, welcome, and thank you. We'll stop our canned lava for a minute, and we will start going around and taking a look at other wonderful places. And of course, that canned lava, you see what it is from day 104 in Iceland of Ragnar's eruption there, and that is date is on the screen, so all good. No worries, Kimmy, I'll survive. We will carry on though. Speaking of Iceland, let's go there right now. That is the view of our wonderful capital city, Reykjavik, in Iceland. And we will go back about, 9.5 hours or so and take a look what it looked like there. A little bit on the hazy side, but not bad. That is at just after 2 p.m. Looks like it might have even been raining. It looks like the sidewalks are wet. So that is the view from the Perlin Center. If we go to the other camera views, going to make this one small again, and this of course is the airport view, and that's the regional airport right in Reykjavik, and we'll get that going. And of course the previous view was off on the right hand side here, and this is the airport shot, and kind of gives you a peek out into the ocean area. And kind of hazy high cloud up there, and that is what we were witnessing today. I'm going to leave that. We'll pop over to the next one as well, and this of course is a Katla, if we can see it, and not very well, but you do see the ice pile over there, the glacier area. That is the volcano Katla, buried under a pile of ice, a very large thing, and that is all kind of cool to be able to see that, and lots of people up taking photos and so on. So obviously it couldn't have been that bad of a day. We do see some birds, some of them are puffins, and other birds are flying around there on the rock edges, landing there, nesting, and whatever else they do. All right, let's get over to the harmonic tremor charts. The cam of the power plant is working now. Oh, thanks, Raymond. That is awesome. I'm glad they got that one working. Maybe what we'll do is I'll see if I can get that on again, because that was broken for quite some time. We'll take a look at it in a little while, but thanks, Raymond. I'll add it to our list again, because I did like that view, and that of course gives us a pretty good a view of the Reykjanes Peninsula, or the tip of it anyway, and that area. Anyway, over to our wonderful harmonic tremor charts, and we'll take a look and see if I can get on there real quick. Going to refresh, since I hadn't done that for a couple of hours, and there we can see some of the activity that is going on. So there's our last day, and that is what we see. We do see a bunch of spikes here as far as the tremor activity. We do see some larger ones, and that to me is always a good sign. And when we look specifically at this area, it looks like they did have a fair amount of activity, and then it kind of died off, but we did get some more spikes there. We did notice our magma movement went down and on the way back up. Same with seismicity, down and back up as well. So that's kind of what we're looking at right there. And we will investigate that a little bit more once we get to the earthquake map. Let's slide up to Askja and take a look. There it is, Askja area. And why is that off again? A little bit off. Anyway, looking at what we see, basically everything is kind of a flat line here as far as tectonic action, but we do see some spikes. So we do have a few little spikes or earthquakes in the area. Looking at our seismicity, it went down. Our magma area kind of stayed the same level, hadn't really changed much. And as reported by Yvonne Kunkel, our volcanologist there, she mentioned yesterday that the a majority of the seismic energy has moved over to Bardarbunga rather than sitting under Askja. So that is something to consider. Anyway, let's zoom back down here real quick and take a look at the other ones. We'll take a look at Krusevik and let's see the other ones, Grindavik and Grimsey and all of those. So the northernmost point, of course, is Grimsey on its little island. We do see that it definitely had an uptick in magmatic movement, but we're not seeing, well, we kind of see a spiky thing here in the seismicity, but tectonically it's way down, and I don't know why, but it is what it is. I'm not the one who moves the tectonic plates around. Let's take a look at Grindavik, and Grindavik, of course, is going to reflect more or less what we see at Frankenfjall, and there we see basically the same patterns that we had at Frankenfjall, and we do see some of the same spikes, but not quite as tall. So telling us that we did have something going on, and less energy being displayed in this area. So Franka and Hekla seem to have what on Alive Iceland. I was looking yesterday. Hekla? Okay, well, we'll take a look at that in a minute. We're going to take a look at Krusevik, see how it is doing. Of course, the Grindavik is southwest of Frankenfjall, and Krusevik is to the northeast. So let's take a look at Krusevik, and there we go. And we do see that larger earthquake spike in there, but also a larger decline in seismicity and magmatic movement, according to this graph anyway. So that's kind of what we're seeing there. Let's continue on, and we'll go over to the earthquake map. We'll have a peek and see what we've got shaken on Iceland. Anyway, last 24 hours, 49 earthquakes, and that is kind of what we are sitting at, and not seeing a heck of a lot in these other areas. So everything seems to be located here, and yes, it's packed full of little quakes, and I'm happy to see these ones in here. I'm very, very happy. Anyway, let's take a look at all of them. We'll go through them. This one here, 0.18, 5.4 kilometers down from 6:04 a.m. Then we've got this 0.42, 5.4 kilometers down from 5:02 a.m. And moving in a little bit more there, 0.23, 4.1 kilometers down for him. For those people who are not familiar with this, this is Keflavik Airport, Keflavik, Reykjanesbar, Jarvik, and over here Grindavik, and of course the famous Blue Lagoon right in here, and the power plant right beside it. So gives you a little bit of an idea where that is. And we got that 0.23. Looking close to Grindavik down here, we see a 0.78. And that is very close to the surface, 135 meters down, 8:24 a.m. for him. And then a 0.99, and that is 0.33 of a kilometer down, or 330 meters. And that is from 10:32 a.m. So that is kind of interesting and makes a guy wonder what the heck is going on over there. Sliding over a little bit, there's again the Blue Lagoon, the power plant, and then we go behind the mountain there. They're doing some mining over here, and of course then we see these 0.38, 5.6 kilometers down, 7:53 a.m., 0.54, 5 kilometers down, and 3 minutes after midnight for him. This one at 7:16 a.m., 0.26 in magnitude, and 4.7 kilometers down. And then we've got a 0.92, and that one was a 5.3 kilometers down from 2:32 a.m. And sliding over a little bit more into our wonderful area, and that is of course Eruption is this outline here, and that is what we love seeing, some activity in there. And of course, for those who aren't familiar with it, that is where Ragnar is, the volcano we were just watching on the break. And of course, this is where Siggy Fisher is. Anyway, this 0.56, 7.1 kilometers down. Thank you, Grandma B, for gifting that 1 month membership, and congratulations to Philomena for getting it. Grandma B. Grandma B. There we go. A gifted one. Excellent. Thank you very kindly, Grandma B. Appreciate that support and appreciate the gift, and congratulations, Philomena. Anyway, this being a fairly deep, 7.1 kilometers from 1356 this morning. The other one is 0.31, 1358, and 2 minutes later, 6.8 kilometers down for him. This one is, everyone is very familiar with that little mountain, or mound, that is Theater Hill. And at the 1332, a 0.45, 8.8 kilometers underneath a Theater Hill. And Storihurker over here had a 0.18, 10.8 kilometers underneath it at 5:35 in the morning. And then we go over here and we see this 0.29, 9.7 kilometers down from 11:14 this morning. And Maria, welcome. I'm glad to have you on board. So yeah, nice to see those. And of course, then we get over to Kristevik area. We do have a bunch here as well. A 0.58, 4.5 kilometers down from 11:23. And a 0.2, or 4.9 kilometers down, 11:02. And let's keep going here. 7:56, a 0.08, very small, 4 kilometers down. And then the next one over 0.9, or sorry, 0.89, 4.8 kilometers down, 15:58. And let's see how many is stacked up there. Only the two. Okay, 0.02, 4.6 kilometers down, 9:12. 0.36, 4.9 kilometers down from 3:19 this morning. And there's a 0.73, 4.5 kilometers down. 12:30 was the time on it. Then a bigger one, 1.21, 4.6 kilometers down, 12:29. And then we see one in the lake, or underneath the lake, not in the lake. That is from 1734, a 1.2 and a 6.4 kilometers down for him. Moving on a little bit further to the east, and we see 0.63, 7.1 kilometers down, 5:28 a.m. And then we've got a 1.2, 5 kilometers down, 1745, and 0.5, 1.1 kilometers down from 1911. Sliding over a bit more, we do see a 0.96, and that is 5.9 kilometers down, 7:15 a.m. For him. So that's at Hengeld, and that is interesting. Then we do see this one, 1.01, 7.1 kilometers down, 4:58, and then the one right beside Hekla, and that is 0.75. 135 meters down near the surface, and that is from 2:10 a.m. And yeah, that kind of makes me wonder what's going on there. Thank you for the 5-minute warning, Sue. And Maria says, good to be on board again. Excellent. Thanks for popping in. Anyway, we move over to Katla, our big ice mountain, and we do see some quakes there. This one is a 2.16, and it's 135 meters down. It is a 7:55 a.m. likely ice movement, but don't know for sure. This one is 1.1 kilometers down, 7:55 a.m. This one is from 2:48 a.m. 1.65, 1.5 kilometers down. That would be well below the ice. And this other one, a 0.88, 1.887 kilometers down, and that is at 7:40 a.m. I chuckle when those numbers all line up like that. It's interesting. Anyway, that gives you most of that area. Let's take a look at what we got here. This, of course, is Grimsvatn, and then we've got a 0.65, 9.7 kilometers down, 7:10 a.m. And next one is a 0.7, 5.5 kilometers down from 1814. And then we go over here to Bardabunga, and we don't see a darn thing. And this one out in the middle of nowhere, little 0.2, 2.9 kilometers down, from 1116. And then this is Askja, and we only see one little quake at Askja. And remember what I was saying, don't hold your breath for Askja. You would have turned blue and passed out by now. 0.07, 4.4 kilometers down, 59 minutes after midnight for that guy. Over here by Herdebreit, we do have a couple of zeros and a 0.2. Very cool there. 7.5 kilometers down for that zero from 2056. The other zero is from 1503 at 10.3 kilometers down, and that 0.2, 5.4 kilometers down from 2049. Now, to the north of Herdebreit, we do see some bigger ones here. 1.64, 3.8 kilometers down, 8:15 a.m. We got a 1.76, and that is just about 2.6 kilometers down from 1256. 0.61, 2.6 kilometers down from 107, and then we have another 0.69 over here, 2.6 kilometers down from 1549. And let's slide up a little bit and see what else we've got left on the map here, and we've got enough time to finish things off. This, of course, is the island of Grimsey, for those who are not familiar with that area. And that is what we consider our most northerly populated point in Iceland. And of course, we've got a 1 here, a 1.1 kilometers down, 2003. And then we look at the other ones here. We've got a 1.58, 10 kilometers down, 1206. 0.95, 10 kilometers down at 1157. And a 0.78 and 10 kilometers down from 1216. So there we go, and that is our earthquakes. I didn't see anything further north or south, and I think we've covered everything. We do see that ice movement here at Katla. Don't really see anything violent or dangerous here at Hekla. I think most of our activity is kind of left out here by Kristevik, and of course looking at this area in general, Fregedalfjall, and of course the Grindavik area. And again, kind of outlining this, our lava or magma chamber underneath here would be kind of, if you put a line around all these quakes, that's about the area that would be under. And that is pretty cool to see. So possibly some magma intrusions, something happening. Anyway, it is time for a break, you guys. So I am going to put you back onto our canned lava. And hopefully there's enough left in that can to let this run. Let me take a look here. Might back you up just a little bit. Okay, and for those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, sitting on the outside peeking in the Lurkers Lounge kind of thing, you are welcome to hit that subscribe button if you feel we've earned it. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Happy St. Patrick's Day, and after we come back, we will have our bacon seeds. So keep smiling, and I'll be back in about 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. we go. Microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. Not sure what Pepper did with him. I think he was out shoveling snow, that poor Tom. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Dr. Fox. Have you ever seen what happened when you put zinc in a molten steel? No, actually I haven't. Pardon me. Probably sparkles. That's maybe what we see. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs there, Kevin and Maria. And I hear you from what he said softly. I hear you, Dr. Fox2000. Oh yeah, thank you, Sharon Stewart. Right, work weekend at his group hunting camp. Yeah, he's doing his thing up there. That Pepper was probably taking charge and telling him what to do, and all good. You get a fountain. Oh, all right. Well, then next time I have a vat of molten metal, I will go find some zinc and drop it in, or molten steel. And yeah, I don't think I'm going to have that here. I don't have any blast furnaces or anything like that we can cook that up in. And thank you, Philomena. And okay, let's get over to our bacon seeds, and we got to do this. So happy St. Patrick's Day, everyone. And that, of course, is our last bacon seed from yesterday, and our lovely, wonderful Piggy has supplied us with a bunch more. There she is, getting them ready to send. How come my start is gone? What? What did you do to your start? You'll never get back to it. Nobody found your place, Doc. Too bad. Found my place, Sharon. I'm missed what you were talking about. Oh boy. Anyway, here's the first one of the day, and happy St. Patrick's Day, having a Guinness and enjoying his party there from the looks of things. Foundry, a steel mill, etc. Oh, okay. Foundry. Yeah. Darn it. Anyway, there is exactly what everyone is after, the Guinness. And of course, we showed a picture like this before, but that pig was looking at the Guinness before. This time he's actually looking at us, which is kind of neat. I do have the other shot as well, so but I don't have it loaded up. I thought that's enough. Yep, shopping cart. That's one that Piggy might have used. But it's all good. I'm surprised there's not crayons in there. Leftovers from Piggy. She does a good job cleaning them out. Next one is this wonderful fella. He has definitely donned his green hat of sorts to make it look festive. So cool to see. Anyway, I don't think they're all bacon seeds from this wonderful day, but we'll take a look. Piggy, are you still here? I hope you're still here. And here's one that's being taken to the beach, and he looks like he's smiling. He's being held so nicely. Next one is this one. And yep, he looks like he's a couch potato, or is that a couch piggy? I was hoping Piggy is still here. Speaking of couch potatoes, anyway, here's another bacon seed. Hold it, and this is a rabbit. Anyway, all dressed up. Bed Piggy, yeah, that could be what Piggy is doing. And let's see, we got this one here. little basket case, and look at the smile on his face though. Wrong holiday. Yep, I would think so. I think there's some confusion there. That's why I was hoping Piggy was still here to straighten us out. Bacon basket. Yep, Easter. This is not Easter though. But that is just a basket of bacon. I'm on earthquakes at Iceland. There must be a glitch in the matrix. Uh-oh. Definitely a glitch in the matrix if you're still seeing earthquakes, Kathy. Somebody tell Kathy to refresh. And look at this smiling face. He's had a few and he's singing. Oh, yep. This is definitely a singing one. Okay, there we go. And let's see what else we got. Yeah, somebody type in there, say Kathy hit refresh or live. That'll work a little better. And I don't see any bacon seeds. Strange Sue. Uh-oh. Something going on there. Yeah, hit live because we are definitely on bacon seeds and some singers. And that is what we got. Time warp. Yeah, it could be. Next one is I'm hoping Kathy will catch up to a live. She's stuck there in the past. Hopefully, there we go. All right, this is another little, I did ice, what? Maybe I can slide. Uh-oh. Hopefully she can. Happy St. Patrick's Day from Bob the guinea pig. Well, at least it's still a pig, and that is awesome. And that will work. And pretty cool. And let's see, we've got one more bacon seed, and you should show the one to my sister. Oh, okay. Time warp, Kathy. Yeah. Hopefully she's got it. Yeah, definitely time warping. What? No, never. Clap, clap, clap. No, oh, okay. No, nay, never, no more. Music. What? You're listening to music, Maria? What the heck are you doing? Anyway, let's go. She likes guinea pigs. Okay, Sarah, that's awesome. And, all right, I see the little guy's cute piggy. All right. Last one is this one, and I think that's what happens when you have a few too many. Oh boy. Yep, definitely pretty awesome. It's the famous Irish pub song. Oh, is that what it is, Maria? I've never been to Ireland. Closing time bacon. Yep. I think so. That's what happens. Anyway, I was hoping Piggy was here, so I did get her a new batch of wonderful bales, and I was hoping she was going to enjoy them. I got this set for her sty, and I thought, that might be something comfortable. She could have all the dogs on there, and the cats could sleep on there as well as her. And I thought that was good, but I'm not an interior decorator, so yeah, edible couch, exactly. But like I said, I'm not the interior decorator, so I have no idea if that would have worked for her. So I did give her an option. She could have maybe had this one here with a fire pit, and I thought that might work as well. So that's all I got for today, you guys. So hopefully Piggy was able to see these, and would have been pretty good. And I didn't forget about her, and I remember she needed bales for Piggy, and I have it written down here, so definitely was worthwhile. And on those notes, what I need bales, okay. Okay, so I won't fall off the walkway. And I know I'm behind. Uh-oh. Okay, you're way behind if you're... oh, boy. What do you do? All right, let's get back over to our other thing, though. And I was going to stop that lava. Hang on. I'm trying to stop it. It's so hard to stop lava. I'm actually going to back that lava up. And there we go. We'll leave it there for a second, but I wanted to get back onto the photo, this photo. And of course, I presented it like this earlier with the live stream for today. And I'm trying not to give too much away here, so you could guess which volcano this is. And of course, I had better pictures that I was looking at, but I thought I don't want to reveal what it is. So I'm very happy the background is not visible in this. Otherwise, it would give it away. So this is the mystery volcano of the day, and we'll go for guesses, but no, it is not Semeru. And I gotta remember, I'm a trickster, so be careful what you guess. No, it is not a Bardabunga. Sorry, Kim. And yeah, I know there's going to be all kinds of fun with looking at this. And one fish, you stay out of this. Yeah, one day you will get it. One day I will get something in there. And Henry says a Stromboli. No, it's not Stromboli. I was going to straighten up. I just made a bigger mess. One in Peru. No, not Peru. And oh, somebody got it. And there it is. I see the person that got it. And congratulations. No, it's not Fuego, not Popo, not Fuego. It's Sakurajima. And congratulations, Sharon Stewart. And way to go. And glad that you were able to identify it, even though it was partially obstructed or obscured. So that wasn't too hard, was it? And she just guessed. That's all she did. I don't believe she had any clue which volcano it was. Oh, she was just throwing it out there. I have no idea. Did you actually know that one, Sharon, or was it just a lucky guess? That is the question I've got for you. I remembered the vent on the side, but it's on the wrong side. You flipped it, or it's from the reverse angle. Well, I didn't flip this picture. I didn't alter the picture in any way, shape, or form. So actually, I may have stretched it just a tiny bit to make it fit the screen completely, but educated guess. Well, there you go. It wasn't a big change in it, put it that way. I mean, it was pretty close to being recognizable the way it was. So and I'm happy that you were able to get it. So pretty cool, pretty awesome. And let's take the banner back off of there. That's what it actually looks like. So tricky. Yeah, well, hey, Kimmy, we got to keep everyone on their toes. And vent on the side was my clue. Okay, that is interesting. I'm going to have to make sure I make it a little tougher for the next one because, yesterday's was awful hard. And I think just about, well, nobody did get it yesterday. I had to spill the beans. So, all cool. Anyway, let's carry on with our wonderful stream here. Let's take a look and see what else we've got going on. Quick pop over to, I think we want to go to our wonderful Azores and take a look and see what we've got cooking there. And let's just have a quick peek. And of course, the reason I want to go there is we do have some shaking there, so definitely some earthquakes. Anyway, you're seeing one of the small towns on the island of São Jorge, or São Jorge, if you want to say it in Portuguese. And there is one of the harbors. You do see the lights of Pico Island off in the distance. I'm not going to worry about flipping to the other shot. It is still early enough that we should see refreshed frames here and see how much white water we've got coming in our little cove. And yep, some waves splashing. So I did look earlier. It wasn't the most pleasant day as far as if you were out yachting or something, you would definitely be feeling a seasickness of sorts. And anyway, let's go over, have a look and see what we've got for earthquakes. 17th today, and we do have one, and it is indicating a 1.8 from 6:03 this morning there on St. George. We also have this one sitting on the side of it from 23:06 from yesterday, and that came in after our show. So pretty cool to see that one, 1.7 in magnitude. Let's go to the other map though. I am going to refresh this so we can see them all, and make that a little bit bigger and bigger, and there we go. Get rid of the advertising, and we'll zoom in here and see. So that one from yesterday, that was over on the side. They don't show it there at all. And we do see this one, 2.0 is what they're calling it on this map, from 8 kilometers down, and that came in at 6:03 a.m. UTC or GMT, and 2.0 magnitude. Next one is from 19 hours ago, or 5:15 UTC, and it's a 2.7, 7 kilometers down, and that is kind of just out in the water. The other one here on Fayal Island, that is 23 hours ago, as 2.1, and it's 3 kilometers down. Came in at 4 minutes after 1 a.m. UTC, or GMT, if you want to call it that. And those are the three that were listed right there. And that's all we've got, and some more advertising. Anyway, that is what we've got. This, of course, is compliments of volcanodiscovery.com, just so we know where that source is. And that's what we've got there. So pretty awesome. Good to see. Kimmy Lambert says, thanks for the fun, Dr. Fox. I'm off to bed. Night. Good night, Kimmy. You take care. I want that dress, Dr. Fox. Talk to Sue. Sue has a lot of these volcano.com things. I think it's her bringing them up, because I certainly don't look at dresses, and I certainly wouldn't look good in one. So I'm going to leave that. Good night, Kimmy. And yep, Kathy, you are welcome to take a look there. Do free. And yeah, I've been told I don't look good in dresses. Kidding. I've never had a dress on in my life. I'm glad to hear that. Thanks, Kathy. Yeah, see, when Sue emails me those, that makes me wonder what she's been looking at, because I can tell she goes shopping for the clothing, and then there's a few other things that she has looked at, and I should make a list. It's pretty cool. Anyway, let's go to our next volcanoes, and we'll take a look and see what we've got going on there. We'll start it out anyway. I'm sure we won't finish it. Actually, maybe what we'll do, no, we'll go to that. I need to find where I am here on my, where am I? Oh, there I am. I found me. Okay, there we go. We've got Popocatépetl, and not all that much happening there right now. We did have a big blast here a little while ago, and there you can see it billowing up right at 1800 or 6 p.m. I was kind of looking at that going, but I gotta go do bacon seeds. So when we seen that, it was quite a large plume, quite a large eruption. I was unable to see what it was doing, and I thought it was kind of neat to be able to see it continue, go and go and go. So very, very large plume. If we look at it from the other side, and I don't know if this stream is still working here. Let's see if we can get back to 6 or 1800. That's 1804. Yeah, the visibility may not be so good off of this one. That should have been it right in here. And of course we had some clouds in the way, so wasn't able to see it from this side. But that is what we have there. What I'm going to do is we'll leave this for right now. I'm going to go take a break. We'll put you back to our canned lava, and not the picture. There's the canned lava, and we'll look at that after the break. So hang in there, don't go away, keep smiling, everyone. Hit that like button if you haven't done that yet. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, do consider subscribing. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will come back at after about 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Hey, David, welcome. And David, did they launch yet? Did they launch, or did they delay the launch like I asked you? David was telling me that clouds. Darn it. They were he was telling me that they're going to launch. SpaceX was going to do a launch, and I told him, so well, either delay it or do it early. And I know that's hard to do. Yes, they launched. Okay. Darn it. I hate when that happens. I don't get to see any launches. Okay, don't go away, you guys. I'm going to go take that break. I'll be back in 5 or 6 minutes. And here comes some music. microphone is back on at Dr. Fox's semi-cat. Semi-cat? Semi is a bulldozer. No, a cat is a bulldozer. Semi is a... Oh, never mind. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs. I see I have to reboot my other machine. The bunny that was just there eating was doing the funky chicken, if you want to call it that, when he was eating. Really just kind of weird looking. Anyway, Semi so poach Nyoy. Nyoy? Nyoy, that's not right. Thank you for the welcome backs, Sue and Kevin. And I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000, he whispered. Oh, whispered. All right. Yeah, my headache is better. Those Advil do work. Welcome back, Doc. Glad you enjoyed your Pepsi. Great pronunciation for Semi. Yeah, that is still. I need to hear a real Russian say it to be able to get that pronunciation correct. That's the problem. Everybody has got their own little twist to it, so it is a little bit weird, but at least I think it's Russian. Wife has had 2 weeks long headache. Oh, I do free. Sorry to hear that. Anyway, let's park this lava, and we'll stop it. Actually, we'll pause it. There, love being able to pause a volcano, old or new. And let's get back over to where we were, and that was our wonderful Popocatépetl, as it was continuing to, or first starting to blow out more of that material. And it did have multiple eruptions that were fairly heavy this afternoon. When you got a chance to see it, and always seemed to be blowing out some heavy ash. And of course, when I'm going back trying to find it, you can't see it. Most of the snow has melted on there, which is really good. And when we go look here, oh boy, yeah, in between the clouds, it's tough to see it. But I had a switch between camera views and stuff, trying to see exactly what it was doing. And that weather there was not so good. Earlier on in the day, and this is what we were seeing, so we know it's busy and continuing to plume and do our thing, so pretty cool. And let's see, I speak Russian, but I can't talk about that yet. I don't believe you. Как дела, Irish monk? Приятно с вами познакомиться. Меня зовут Dr. Fox 2000. I don't speak Russian, yet. The slice of what? The silence of the beard. Anyway, this was from earlier, 6:50 a.m. We were seeing it do this pluming. And there you go. What? Oh, me, Doc, you're too funny. Why? Oh, my Doc, yeah. Yeah, in case you're wondering what I said, it was, hello, pleased to meet you. I'm Dr. Fox 2000. In Russian, of course. Я не говорю по-русски. Я знаю только несколько слов. And for those who understood that, you would know that I only speak a few words. I'm trying to find the other wonderful places. Dang, a talent. Yet, no talent. This is kind of the view from the glow during the night, and of course I've been chasing this thing on both streams, trying to make sure I didn't miss any lava coming out of this thing, and didn't really see any, so that is pretty good. Just being a shallow 4.6 at Christchurch. Okay, widely felt. Okay, Granzed, thanks. Is Niet the way to spell it in English? Niet. Well, it's more like, well, you could go N-Y-E-T, Niet. But Niet is actually meaning no. Yeah, you just N-E-T, Niet, is easier. Well, 5,000, more than 5,000 reports. Cool, Granzed. But 4.6, not that big, so that is okay. Anyway, let's leave Popocatépetl. We know it is continuing to do its thing. This is back to live. That's what it's pluming out right now. Some pretty heavy SO2-ish style clouds, and we like that. Definitely going to be keeping an eye on it tonight for lava, and we can leave that be. Let's go over to Fuego. For those who don't know where Popocatépetl is, that is 70 kilometers south of Mexico City, just so you understand that. And let's go to this one and see if we are still streaming. Oh, looks like it is raining there at Fuego. And Fuego, of course, is in Guatemala, Central America. And let's see, what do we got going on here? Oh, no visibility and no stream. They were having trouble, I guess. It was in and out. Actually, they just restarted the stream recently, and this is exactly what we're looking at on the screen, is the fact that they had these massive clouds in there, and wasn't able to see a heck of a lot. If we go back a bunch, though, this is about 8 hours, and we do see that pluming and definitely doing its thing in between clouds. And this morning it actually had a pretty much continuously sustained eruption for a while, and you can see that pluming up, and that I think it was almost an hour that it was going continuously without stopping. So I kind of watched it there, and from 8:30 to about 9:30, and it kept on blowing out smoke. So pretty interesting, and yeah, pretty awesome to see that. So we're going to keep an eye on it, though, tonight, and see if it gets any better with the weather. And looks like space bugs or ice, or, well, I don't think it's ice. I think it's rain that's coming down right now. And that ought to make things interesting. I hope there's nobody on the mountain. And looking over here at this one a little further south, this is Messiah Volcano, and this shot was from 8:16 this morning, and you can kind of see almost to the bottom of the caldera here, and typically you see a little bit of a crescent of lava. Let's see what it looks like right now, and there is that little crescent of lava down on the bottom of the caldera. So I'm in love with a lava. Oh, it's a lava is lavely. We love lava. That is all good. Okay, so that is good there. Let's do a little maintenance and make these smaller, and we will carry on to our next good volcano of sorts. And let's see, where are we here? I'm trying to find it. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. and that is Merapi. And Merapi, of course, gonna try to make us happy. We do see it in the daylight, 7:51 a.m. there right now. We do see they're moving the camera on us. And hang on, going back to a live shot. There we go. That is 7:54. There we go. That is as live as it gets. That's what was going on there right now. Oh, hang on. I'm still stuck on the other one. There we go. Got it fixed. No, not that button. How about this button? Oh, that button didn't work either. What happened? Something going on with my buttons. There we go. I knew it was in there somewhere. That's our closer up view, and that is what we were seeing. If we go back in time traveling to the past, which is still technically our future, because this is their past, we're in their past. 5:11 a.m. we did see some bacon rolling down the hill, and that is pretty cool. It is continuing to do its thing. We did have some heavier expulsion earlier, and we will move to that point. This was at 4:38, and you can see there's quite a bit of lava there that is descending that hill. Dr. Fox, what video is driving in in a hole? Remind we what my I parked? Huh? Driving into a hole. Remind me why I parked. Oh boy, I have to find a specific video for you, Irish Monk. I will find it and I will send it to you later. With that comment, I have a special video. Well, I don't have it, but I know where to find it, and I will bring it up, and I'll send you the link, and you will get a chuckle out of it when you're talking about driving into a hole. Remind I parked. All right, we'll remind you of where you parked. Anyway, there's a lot of lava coming out of that darn volcano, and that was pretty cool and awesome to see. And Fekkom, of course, from in Indonesia there, did have that. Unfortunately, he's got his a big label across there, so a little hard to see that, but wish he moved that down a little bit, or shrink it a little bit even, and that would be okay. But lovely lava coming out, so we know it is actually very, very busy, and it keeps on doing what it's doing. Okay, guys, I will shut up for a little bit. YouTube, don't think so. Heck, we want beat them. No, don't beat them. Anyway, yeah, some lovely lava, and gotta like that, you guys. That is always nice to see the bacon coming down the hill. And if we go back further, we know it was continuing to erupt, doing its thing, but really they weren't as spectacular as this particular shot. If we go about here, this is about 6 hours ago. This one was a little bit more cloudy, of course. 21:52 was the time on that. And if you watch, that does get a little bit more lavely here at 53 minutes after the hour for them. And of course we see that lava pouring down, and he did have his logo a little bit lower there, so we can probably go to no, not that one, this one. and we can see that, and that is pretty awesome. And of course, you can see the seismograph activity showing that it did do its thing. I wonder if I can do a oil painting of this volcano. It looks like it's flowing. Yep. You are more than welcome to try to do that, and that is pretty awesome to see that lava coming down, and certainly beautiful a sight to see the bacon. That's why I never speak at all shows. Just now I'm here. Oh, just know I'm here. All right, cool. Anyway, that is what Merapi is doing, and yes, Merapi is keeping us happy with some good lava coming out of there. Let's take a quick peek at our other volcanoes in the area. Of course, we'll pop over to New Zealand for a second, and we'll have a look and see what it is doing. And we'll go here, and there is our wonderful Taupo. No, hang on, Ruapehu. How about Ruapehu? That's what we're looking at. Ruapehu doing a splendid job staying out of the clouds right now. Earlier, of course, it was horrible, and I thought we weren't going to see it. So you can see it there, but it's being quiet and benign, not doing anything, not bothering anyone, and no skiers on the hill because it's a little bit too grindy when they try to ski on the gravelly surface. So that is all good. And of course, our glaciated areas here are keeping going. Thank you, Sue, for the break time thing. Let's just finish this off. I'm going to just finish this screen off. Quick peek here. You can see the activity. We had a decrease, and then, of course, there's some big spikes. So we know that there were some earthquakes, and that is definitely something happening in New Zealand right now. We talked about it already, about all that other stuff. So I have a whole bunch. Well, I have 2-liter bottles. I need the big guys. And here is Taupo, and there is the lake. The lake is the caldera. You can see Ruapehu in the background right in there, just underneath that cloud. And that's it for our New Zealand part. And the next one we'll go to would be probably those earthquakes from further north. Possibly, Grenz, possibly, because there were a couple of larger ones, right? The fours and what were the 2 big ones? Let's go and look at that real quick here before I go on break. I can't remember what they were. That's these. Yeah, it's this one. 5.3, 4.8, and the other one was a 4.7. So those would likely have been registered here at Taupo. So they're not that far apart. So definitely would have shown up on the quake map or on the graph. All right, let's put you back onto a lava, and I'm going to go take that break. Those good people who are here, don't go away and keep smiling. Hit that like button if you haven't done so already. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Please don't go away. GeoNet supports slightly different numbers because USGS use a slightly different scale. And no worries, Grenz. I know, everybody's got their own scale. I wish everybody speak the same language, eh? Okay, I'll be back. Don't go away. Thanks. there we go. That microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. And I'm trying to find out where the heck we should go next here. Right after the commercials finish playing on this other one, we might be able to go to Semeru, although I don't think Semeru is going to show us a heck of a lot. Let's take a look at a Semeru. There's a Semeru. Happy Semeru. And yeah, we're not seeing too much action. A Semeru stream just got started about, what was it, hour and 20 minutes ago. And I guess they had it shut down for a while. There it is, without a cloud on it. So pretty cool. Thank you for the welcome backs from CND Boy and Do and Sue and One Fish and Philomena. Thank you. And Grenzed has got some heart eyes there. Okay, you guys, I'm out of here. I love your show, Doc. See you all. Have a good night. Okay, Do Free. You take care. And don't let the lava worms get you. All right. Yep. Not seeing a heck of a lot come out of there. I want to see if I can spot some puffing here. There was a little bit earlier, but they didn't have it zoomed in. I guess they were having some issues with the system. Yeah, it's really far away. We can't see it. So unfortunately, too far to see any blasts coming out of there, and we won't worry about it too much. We know it was puffing a little bit on occasion, and that is what we were seeing. So this one is a little bit further on. I don't even see their clock or anything up on the screen, so pretty cool though. We do see it puffing out of there. And good night, Do Free. Take care of yourself. Let's leave Semeru be. It's not doing too much. It is working, but not all the best right now in the cloud that moved in. I wanted to see if our Ta'al was up, but no, Madame Rutsa is not got Ta'al up, so we're a little short on that one. Get it? We're short on now. Never mind. It's bad humor. Irish Monk, thank you very kindly for that wonderful super chat. Let's see what we can come up here with real quick by making that screen bigger. There we go. Put the lights on. I'm not a blind drunk. Oh, Irish Monk, thank you very kindly for that wonderful super chat of 25 euros. And that is very awesome of you and very kind, sir. Thank you. And yeah, not being able to see is not a good thing unless you're used to it. I mean, I'm sure a man with your experience and years of wisdom has tried walking around without being able to see before, and has been somewhat used to not hitting the big table when you're moving around. At least I hope you haven't hit the table, that is. And I thought that's just for sleeping on. If we go back about an hour and a half, we do see a little bit of a puffing activity. But not a heck of a lot, really. Seems to be a little bit quieter today. And, of course, the weather didn't permit us to be able to see a heck of a lot, unfortunately. And that is a downfall for our wonderful Sakurajima in Japan. And there you can see a little bit of pluming action. Let's see if we put it on this one here. You can see the cloud is right in the path And of course, when we go back, you can kind of sort of see a little bit of a pluming coming up there. Beer, a sonar dock, cool. Whiskers. Oh, you got. Oh, is that how you do it with your whiskers? I get it. Yep. They work. They work well. I've got mine growing quite nicely. I gotta get some mustache wax on there and grow them out a little bit further to the sides so I can tell in the dark. Anyway, we do see all three vents. Well, actually in this shot, kind of two vents. We don't see that back one doing its thing. We do see the little guy down here on the side, and we do see the central one. And then, of course, this cloudy stuff in the way makes it very difficult to see anything. Even when we had the cloud out of the way, that plume, of course, coming towards the camera doesn't do us justice. But more importantly, the ice cream boat is there. And for anyone who needs an ice cream, you can run down there and get an ice cream. And 10 more needed. And yep, hit that like button if you haven't done that, and get your ice cream. And that would be really, really cool. Yeah, ice cream boat is in. Nice going, Irish. Thanks for reminding me as well. I gotta run. Good night. See you all later. Serotonin, take care, and thanks for being here. And hopefully you'll deal with your whiskers. Anyway, let's leave it alone here for our wonderful Sakurajima, since we can't see a heck of a lot. And I know when I was looking earlier, of course, during the night, very, very difficult to tell with all these wonderful clouds coming in at a very low level, and of course the rain that was happening there. So let's make that a little bit smaller, and same with this one, so we can leave there. And why are we not seeing anything on this camera? Let me refresh this and see. No, we don't want to see her. And here's the one over at our ASO, and ASO was for a little while. We've seen it 2.5 hours ago. This is what it was doing, and we could see it. In fact, it wasn't bad, and that is all good. Looks like a building over there. I didn't realize they had a building there. Never seen that before. Did they move the camera again? Huh, a building. Interesting. Lots of steam and SO2 gases. Can't leave me, serotonin. There you go, serotonin. You gotta stay. Irish requested it. Oh, there you go. Anyway, lots of steam coming out. Some SO2 gas mixed in with that steam. And that, of course, was during the earlier hours. And you can see it was quite heavy when it was coming out of there. And actually it looked even better very early in the day. There you go. That looks actually kind of weird, because why is it so light? That is right at dawn. That's interesting that it was this light early in the morning. Anyway, that looks pretty cool. Also noticed that our areas here that they burnt off a few days ago, or a couple of weeks now, I guess, is starting to turn green again. So the grasses are growing, yay! And it's not looking charred and black anymore. That is awesome. And I didn't realize it would grow back that quickly. So that is really nice to see. Anyway, lots of pluming coming out of there. So with all that rain they got during the night, it must have had a little bit more moisture or water going into that caldera, hence the reason for the extra steam. Looking pretty awesome. Okay, let's take a look, and no, we are not going to see the other one. The camera is offline, a black screen. So no Suwanosi Jima, unfortunately. We will have to live with what we've already looked at, and you'll have to suffer with getting yourself an ice cream cone today from there. And let's go over and see our next one. We should still have light, and yes, yay, there it is. That is a Yellowstone National Park. Did I miss anything on this one? No. I should be all right. Yellowstone, if I find it, I can straighten out the screen just a tiny bit. And there we go. That looks better. Just at the end of its eruption, I think, for the geyser. And of course, that does shoot up on a regular basis. And yeah, that is kind of what we got there. I don't know if it's actually just finishing or just starting, but that's where it is. For those who have not gone to that Yellowstone site, if you type in the word Yellowstone or Jellystone, it will bring up the link, and it's worthwhile having if you want to have a good look at what the geysers are like there in Yellowstone. Let's see. Do Bigfoot Bigfoots buy cameras? Yeah, they do. But for the most part, Irish monk, what they do is they scare the people, and the people drop their cameras and run away. And they have a whole collection. There's a store not too far away from there that you can get the cameras. They've got it's like a pawn shop almost. Used cameras for cheap. They also sell picnic baskets and backpacks and a few other things that they have there. A lot of people seem to discard those and just as they're trying to run away. So anyway, enough of that. Yeah, if that doesn't get me a like or yeah, hamburgers. I don't know about hamburgers. That would be nice if Bigfoot could get hamburgers for free. That would be cool. All right, we'll leave that be. Let's go somewhere more sensible. And I'm trying to get myself over to Alaska here, and I know I have a decent shot of Pavlov for today. And then we will also do the report on our wonderful Tanaga and Takawanga. There's our wonderful Pavlov. Beautiful looking shot. And that is pretty nice. I just worry about the insurance, Dr. Fox. Oh, well, insurance for whom? For the loss of their cameras, or for the Sasquatch store? I'm sure that they've got ample coverage. Okay, that looks like another planet. It is. It's called the Alaska. The planet of Alaska. That is Pavlov on the Aleutian Islands, and Pavlov's sister Pavlov on the right-hand side. Anyway. Oh, I know, I'm being punny. The other one here, this is supposed to be the Great Sitkins, but we're having difficulty seeing it due to cloud factors. Let me refresh that. Yeah, it still isn't any better. And we do see that off in the distance there. The Great Sitkins is there somewhere, sort of. But anyway, let's go to our volcano report, and I think I may have to make the screen somewhat bigger to be able to see this report. Yep, I do have to. I forgot to do that earlier, but we'll do a screen grab real quick here and fix it up and do that and use some editing magic. There we go. So Tanaga Volcano, Aleutian Islands, USA, alert level decreased to yellow. And that is something that was kind of expected since what we heard as of yesterday and the day before, where things were kind of simmering down a little bit from what they thought was happening originally. So a seismic crisis near the volcano was waned sufficiently both in magnitude and rate of the swarm peak during the 9/11 of March. 9 to 11th of March is what they're referring to. And that was this changed or lowered a potential for an impending eruption of the volcano. Therefore, the Alaskan Volcano Observatory decreased the alert level to a yellow from an orange. So that is what we've got happening there. And if we go to the other report from Takawanga, it is basically the same thing, and just indicating that they've decided to kick it back a little bit. So that, of course, is the image from Sentinel-2. You do see a lot of snow on there, as well as the clouds hovering over top. So kind of trying to hide the embarrassment or something like that. Anyway, that is what we got. I don't think they've got any other good shots there. Look, what are those? A dangerous way to transport something on a motorbike. All right. Yep, you got... what the heck are they transporting? That looks like carrots and veggies. All kinds of different things. They're doing some kind of a dance. All right. A Toka 9 dance. And, all right, back to that. We'll leave that be. Okay, and that brings us to pretty much the end of the basic. Yeah, it's a lava dance. That's what it's got to be. They're hoping for a lava. Don't have any more volcanoes popping, and we will take this to our next place of enjoyment, and that is the earthquake maps. And of course, because we're just about at break time, and we'll just zoom out for a second. Anyway, the big news, of course, coming out of New Zealand there, North Island, and we can actually take a look and see what GeoNet has. I just want to refresh that real quick. And they are still showing one after another here. So 225, 221, 220, 219, 217, you know, and they're all 2.8, 2.8, 3.2, 2.0 at 214, 217, 214. So every 2 to 3 minutes they are getting a small quake of some sort, and it is continuing. And when you look at the times, some are 9, 8, 7, 6, so every minute they're getting a new shaker happening there. 2.1s at 3.2 at 2:01 in the afternoon, 2.9 at about 10 minutes earlier, 2 minutes before that, 1.9. So it is continuing as far as the levels. There's that one in Christchurch, 3.8 is what they're calling it. 6 kilometers down, and that is the one that Grenzed mentioned earlier. So that's cool as well. And if we zoom back in, yeah, we can see where that swarm actually lies, and there it is, just kind of on the Bay of Plenty, and it's kind of if I said it right, Kawaro, if that is correct. But anyway, that is a pretty cool eastern side of Taupo volcano. A stretch zone is yawning. Ah, is that what it's doing? Okay, no problem. Anyway, that is all cool, and of course that is the Google Map view of that same area, so you can kind of see that it is in fact populated with a bunch of people there. So if we do get some kind of an eruption, that will likely cause those good folks to be displaced very quickly. Grenzed, do you know if there was any alerts issued? Mount Edgecombe is actually nearest a volcano there. It's right above the Kawaro village. Oh, okay. Mount Edgecombe. It doesn't show it on this one because we got this one here, Mount, what is it? Pataukaki Summit, and I thought Edgecombe might be this one here, maybe. No alerts. This swarm is normal activity. Okay, well, we'll leave it as that for right now, and that is pretty cool. Anyway, it's interesting, and of course the other one here, this is Mount Tarawera. That one's actually got a huge chasm in it, as far as the way that is split open. So kind of interesting. There's okay. There's its Moray name. Oh, okay. The Moray name. Is that the one? The Moray name? I hope that's the one you're referring to. And when we look at it from this way, we can spin around it a little bit like that. And very neat to be able to do that on the map view. So it does look like it's a fairly good sized volcano there. Anyway, we'll leave that be. So all good for right now. And gonna take a break, and then we will get Tarawera erupted a spectacularly on 10th of June 1886. Okay, cool, and that is of course over there, a little ways away. Interesting stuff, but we will get to our earthquake map after the break, and we will see what is going on around the world other than the massive amounts of shakers that we see there in New Zealand. So let's put us back on some lava. Don't go away. Hit that like button if you haven't done so already. We're still trying to get that over the 100 mark. That would really, really be awesome for those good people who are here. If you haven't done that, that'd be cool. And if you're sitting on the outside peeking in, please do consider subscribing if you feel that we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. I'm going to take a little bit of a break. Thanks. go. Microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board. And yep, we're going to get at the volcano report right away, and then we'll carry on with our earthquakes and shakers and things, and then we'll go over to the SO2 and the weather report. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and CND boy. What happened to our Sharon Stewart? I guess she can't hear me anymore. She fell asleep. Oh, hang on. Maybe somebody else told me earlier today that the San Andreas fault cracked. I thought to myself, hang on, how can the crack? But anyway, the San Andreas fault is fine. All good. Sunshine feels good. Yep, Gren Zed, I don't know how you're going to catch it. Do you use a net? Or what exactly do you use to catch sunshine? And do you bottle it, or what do you do? Kraken, okay. There we go. All right, I'll leave this can lava. I moved the thing back there so we could leave it on while we're reading the volcano report. And of course, for yesterday afternoon/evening's activity, we had a Popocatépetl in central Mexico. Volcanic ash emissions to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters reported at 1515. And occasional emissions to 21,000 feet or 6,400 meters are reported at 2230. Fuego in Guatemala, pardon me, frequent, that's what happens when I drink water. Kathy, I drank water like you said, and now I got burps and hiccups. Frequent volcanic ash emissions to 15,000 feet, 4,600 meters reported at 1545. Semeru, East Java, Indonesia. Volcanic ash emissions to 14,000 feet reported at 4,300 meters reported at 1645. And again at 22:45 last night. Sabancaya in Peru, possible volcanic ash emissions from 1830. Those are only possible, but it may have happened. We're not sure. Shivolish, Kamchatka Peninsula in Russia. Volcanic ash plume rose to an estimated 13,000 feet. 4,000 meters, and that is reported at 2,100. Sangay, Ecuador, occasional emissions to 19,000 feet or 5,800 meters, reported at 2330. And wow, the list for Friday. Everybody has been doing things today. They're all celebrating, showing their Irish St. Patrick's Day stuff there. So volcanic ash not observed at 30 minutes after midnight for Reventador in Ecuador, and then new volcanic ash emissions observed to 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters at 11:45 a.m. Guatemala has our wonderful Fuego, and it had volcanic ash emissions, disappeared, reported at 3:30 in the morning. Yeah, it's the clouds. That's what made it disappear. Okay, and then it's got the two reports from Tanaga and Takawanga in the Aleutian Islands in Alaska, of course. The reports coming 4 minutes apart, and of course telling us that they dropped in a level to a yellow. And Semeru, East Java, Indonesia, discrete volcanic ash emissions to 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters at 4:45 a.m. and then again reported at 10:45 a.m. Samancaya in Peru, intermittent emissions to 24,000 feet, 7,300 meters, reported at 5:30 in the morning. Sangay in Ecuador, continued volcanic ash emissions to 19,000 feet, 5,800 meters, reported at 5:30 in the morning. Suwanosi-jima, a volcanic ash or cloud unknown. It's because it was raining and all kinds of thunderstorms above it. They weren't able to observe it at 5:45 a.m. Mauna Loa, that's what I was missing. We haven't looked at Hawaii. Mauna Loa has been downgraded. A separate email reported at 6:04 a.m. It's now degraded to green, actually, from what I heard, according to Yvonne Kunkel. And it is being taken off the map. So I don't know what the scoop is, but we'll maybe take a look at that report real quick. It's probably going to tell us the same thing. Popocatépetl, central Mexico, continued volcanic ash emissions to 21,000 feet, 6,400 meters, reported at 10:15 a.m. Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia, new volcanic ash emissions to 24,000 feet, and that is at 7,300 meters, reported at 11:30. And then Merapi in Java, Indonesia, central in Java, that is, volcanic ash to 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters, reported at 15:15. And now I'll get my screen back and see what all I got wrong. Let's see. Everybody's surfing, and there we go. All right, crayons. It's a canyon. It's a canyon. Are you surfing the lava waves? All right. Be right back. Dispersed. I can read that. I guess it's just the way the light was hitting the screen while it was over on the other side of the screen, so a little harder to read. Gets me all kerfuddled when I can't see too well, and I got spots on my glasses. I have to clean them. That's the story, and I'm sticking to it. Okay. All right. Let's get over to the earthquakes. I'm gonna stop this volcanian activity here, and there we stopped it. And let's move over to the earthquake map, and let's take a look, and we'll start out in the Aleutian Islands. And of course here is our wonderful Tanaga Island, and you can see that we don't have as many spots here that are orange, and that is kind of why it's looking pretty yellow right now, downgraded to a yellow. I want to know who gifted me the membership. Well, it could have been Grandma B or Irish Monk, one of the two. Susie, I'm not sure. If it happened today, it was likely Irish Monk or Grandma B. I don't know which one you were in if it happened. Let's continue on. We do see this one here, a 4.2. And that is near Nikolsky, and that happened at 21:33 yesterday, 44.8 kilometers down, and we'll carry on. We do still see some activity, but not very much. Looks like one new quake there at our Aniakchak area, and there's another one there. Very small quakes. Trident, on the other hand, still had a couple. That too seems to have dwindled, and that is kind of where we're at with those guys. I do see one little quake here, 4.6, and they call it Cordova, the Sea of Cordova, up in there. Anyway, at 9:04 a.m., 14.3 kilometers down for that 4.6, and just outside of Alaska. And here is where we've got a 4.3 off of the coast of Oregon, and that is a little ways out, but that is pushing against the Juan de Fuca plate, of course. 2:16 a.m., 10 kilometers down for that guy, sliding down a little bit more. We do see a little bit of a bigger quake down here, 3.2 in Mexico, and that, I don't know, it looks like it, well, I don't think it broke the San Andreas fault, not by any chance, considering it's not near it. This is the Imperial fault here, but always interesting to see that. And then we see down here a 4.2 Mexico area. That is from 1 minute after 7 p.m. or 1900, 10 kilometers down, and that is the top end of the Cocos Plate. And actually that's on the Pacific side, pushing against the Cocos Plate. So there we go, and moving down a little bit more, we do see this one here, 4.5 near the coast of Ecuador. 13:19 is the time on it, and that is all right. For that guy, 10 clicks down, we do see this one in Peru, 4.3, 2:46 a.m., 125.7 kilometers down, sliding down a little bit more. We don't see anything else, nothing over here in the South Sandwich Islands. Going back over here, we've already discussed what was going on there at New Zealand, and of course this is a pretty normal stuff from what I understand, but they did have a 5.3 that came in at 9:46 our time, 10 kilometers down, and then they also had a 4.8 or 4.7. There's actually a 3 listed here. That's the 4.7 from 1358 as well, 6.5 kilometers down. There's the 4.8 from 931, 10 kilometers down. And let's move up the area here and see what we've got. They call this south of Fiji. That is actually kind of a Kermadec Ridge in a way as well, and Tonga being right there, so you guys decide. Anyway, 4.6, 14:32 is the time on that one, 156.3 kilometers down. That's kind of shallow for that area, considering most of them are usually at 500 plus kilometers down. This next one is called Tonga, and that is from 1814, and that is 328.9 kilometers down. And then we get over to this one, Fiji. Yesterday's 2308, 556 kilometers down for it. And then a brand new one here, and that's right on the ridge. This is Vanuatu, that's New Caledonia. And who'd they pick? New Caledonia wins at 4.7 from 1914, 10 kilometers down. And the other one here, 4.6, also New Caledonia from 1743 our time, 10 kilometers down. And let's see, Papua New Guinea, we got 4.9 from 4:47 a.m., 62.1 kilometers down. And we see this one near the island of Java, 5.0, and that is 6:05 a.m., 46.7 kilometers down for that. And then we are starting to see some more groupings in this same spot. 4.5, they call that the Philippines southern end. 21:38 is the time on this, 178.6 kilometers down for that 4.5. Then we've got a 4.7, same kind of area, 125.9 kilometers down, 1337. Next one is a 5.0 from a 1011 and 74.7 kilometers down for him. Going up to, what is that? The Philippines, 4.9 and 7:56 a.m. 40 kilometers down for that 4.9. Northern end of the island, we see another 4.9 from 7:23 a.m. 26.3 kilometers down. We do have one out here that would be Bonin Island area of Japan. 4.4, 1704, 392 kilometers down. Don't see anything else along Japan or the Kamchatka Peninsula. And let's see, what do we got here in China? 5.1 in Kamdo, China. And 4:39 a.m., 10 kilometers down for that one. Then we've got this guy here, 4.7, Kazakhstan, 12:19 is the time, 139.4 kilometers down for that one. Next one is also Kazakhstan. What? Goats in Kazakhstan? Oh no. 1959, that was a fine year. 10 kilometers down, 4.5, and yep, Kazakhstan. Then we go over to Afghanistan, where we get the Afghan clothing from, and that's a 4.9 from 1800. Is an Afghan, is that made out of goats? Is that a goat? 162.2 kilometers down. And we don't see anything else on our map. Let's go over to, you folks are so kind. I love you all. Oh, thank you. You're so kind. Let's refresh the one for the Canary Islands and see what they've got happening. Is Afghan, seriously, is an Afghan, is that a goat material, or is that something else? I'm curious. I'm not into clothing, that kind of stuff. Well, I wear clothing, but anyway, never mind. I'm gonna put my foot in my mouth, wiggle my toes. This one is a 1.13 kilometers down over here on Tenerife. And that is the latest quake in that area. But let's take a look and see what we've got. Nothing for today. That one is from yesterday. Goats are more resilient than monks and type better. Ah, cool. Nobody's answered me yet if Afghan is actually a goat. Excuse me, goats. All right, received and reciprocated. All right. Anyway, that one there from yesterday, I don't know, but that looked awful close to the tunnel entrance there. But that's all I got for earthquakes, and it looks like it is a break time. And we will do that. No answers yet on the Afghan material. Afghans. Okay. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to find out what it is. Anyway, let's leave it there. I guess I'm going to have to Google it. Break time, man. All right. I will do that. I'll take the break. Yeah, before we get that song going, don't forget to hit... oh, Afghans are dogs. Okay. Afghan is a blanket crocheted. Okay, Grandma B, thank you. And break time, time for a goat. Okay, I'm gonna go have a Pepsi. So what? So how earthquakes are produced by goats? Yeah, of course. Goats jumping up and down too much will definitely cause earthquakes. Anyway, Hit the like button if you haven't giggled today yet. Also, if you have giggled, you can hit that like button too. An Afghan hound. All right, that makes a sense. But they do have Afghan clothing. So, do they make that from dogs? That's not nice. Anyway, don't go away, you guys. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't. They are long-haired. Yeah, Afghan dogs and cloaks. Cloaks? Okay. Cloaking shields. You can hide under your Afghan. Nobody will see you. All right, I'll be back. Okay, that microphone is back on. Sorry, Irish Monk, I misread. The screen was moving too quickly here, and I thought you said yogurt. Oh, instead of yoga. All right, my bad. It's okay. Irish was made a saint. Okay, he was made a saint because you were his brother. Oh boy, oh boy. Let's not pick on Irish Monk too much. He's got to defend himself eventually. The Martian has landed. Well, welcome back, Mars 2028. I'm glad to have you on board. And thanks, and thank you, Sue, and everyone else. Thanks for sticking around. And of course, we're all up to all kinds of shenanigans here, and it's a real chuckle. So, you know, as long as you don't slip and fall in the yogurt, you'll be all right. No problem. Let's stop this lavally business here, and we'll pause it for a second. Finally got off work today. Okay, what? Sharon Stewart says, whisper, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. Okay, I need 11 knitted bears. Ah, Irish shenanigans today. Yeah, of course. We got shenanigans, all kinds of them. Hey, speaking of bears and things, and we did forget to look at the USGS stuff here. So this is the thermal from Helima crater, and I figured we'd look at that. Still see that bright spot there, and still see some fluorescing down here. Kind of weird, and that came in at 1556. Gonna refresh that at 1605. Not much different, and we don't see any lava anywhere other than these bright glowy spots. Still kind of weird why that is happening. Yeah, hot spots. Anyway, real quick look. This is what the crater was looking like at 10:08 a.m. Let's see what it looks like now. Oh, all blurry. Something happened to the focus. It's out of focus. And the B1 cam, that is what we were seeing earlier. And if we go do another shot, that is what it looks like at present. So kind of ripply, and yep, definitely still there. Some smoke spots, and you can see a Pig Island back there still holding its own, and some steamy puffs coming out of the edges here. Interesting. And of course we did look at this one earlier, and yep, it does kind of look like New Zealand as far as the way it is. And there's some shadowing from the lower angle of the sun. That looks pretty cool. And yeah, it's kind of interesting to see. Did they move this camera, or is it just the fact that the shadows are different? Looks like our navigator was over here. He's still sort of there, existing. But he's got a shadow behind him. Anyway, that is all good. And of course, this is what the shot was actually like there today, and or still is right now, present. That is live. And one time the lighting, okay, a bot hit the house and woke me up at 11:30 p.m. I yelled, and the scriptures are coming alive, and a response was scary. Okay, yeah, all right. Don't yell, and that makes things scary. Dr. Fox, even though it's been a long day, I wasn't going to forget to stop by and wish the Lava family a happy St. Patrick's Day. That is very kind of you, Mars 2028. We really do appreciate that. And here's my Mauna Loa report. Oh my God, is that what I'm seeing? No, that can't be from today. Hang on, let me get that a little bigger here. And that is, am I losing my eyesight, or is that snow on Mauna Loa still there? I mean, it's almost summertime. Why is there snow on Mauna Loa? Yep, that is snow. Yeah, that is indeed what that is. Yeah, you don't want to go there. It's cold. Snow in Hawaii, 5 feet is cold. Yep, that is not good. Yeah, Susie, sorry to hear about your mother passing away on this day. So way back when. But anyway, last year my house got hit by a bolt of lightning and blew 4 TVs and a computer and the router and an Xbox and my wall socket. I wasn't happy. Storm chaser, I wouldn't be happy either. That was pretty nasty. Anyway, a Mauna Loa update, decreased alert status 2 green following a calm period. And let's see, they had a satellite picture there as well. And yep, definitely snow all over it. And that is what we are seeing. And yeah, wow. A snow-covered Mauna Loa and Kilauea, right as seen from a space on March 8. Yeah, Kilauea is right down here somewhere. So, yeah, pretty awesome. That is scary. That's a lot of snow up there for those guys. Anyway, that is it. Yeah, that's it, and that is the update for Mauna Loa, and we will leave that one alone. Scary thoughts, and there we go, back to where it should be. All right. Okay, I'm just trying to read what's going on. True story. Okay, I believe it storm. Okay. It sounded like a storm was chasing you. All right. Well, let's go over and have a look at our SO2 map and see what it is doing. And I'm going to refresh that because that is already a little bit old. And look at these unbelievable temperatures. 2 for a high today was actually about a 5. And 1 tomorrow, and 2 on a Sunday. -2 on Monday. That is incredible. It's almost like spring might be coming. Finally. Anyway, looking at our SO2, we do see a little bit of a plume coming off of the Kamchatka Peninsula. We do still see that higher arc coming down here through the Bering Straits and that area. Interesting, Bering Sea. And looking at, looks like we got a clear spot up there in the Yukon and Northwest Territories, but looking at most of Western Canada, we do still see quite a bit of SO2 in British Columbia, Alberta, and into Saskatchewan with some clearing there. And also in Manitoba and Northern Ontario, we do have a circulation around the Great Lakes over top of Lake Superior. And hopefully Tom isn't getting any more snow down there at the cabin. And what? Rodent, oh, mummy of hamsters, welcome. And a rodent, I had to think about that for a second, then I realized what he was talking about. We do see it's fairly clear in Labrador and portions of Quebec and out here in Newfoundland, half clear there in Nova Scotia. PEI is okay. Cole Harbour, a little bit of SO2 there, not so bad though. We do see some open spots in through Montana. These really cold areas seem to be open. And of course we see California's got a little bit there, and then of course northern Mexico, and again here in Arizona, fair, and then New Mexico, and there in Texas, and not so bad. And then we see that streak going up on the western side here, or eastern side I should say, sorry. But looks like Florida is getting that stuff from over here in Mexico, coming across the Gulf of Mexico from Popocatépetl and Mexico City and everything else, and that's being handed out. Looks really spotty today as far as the map is concerned. So do see the stuff from Colombia coming into the Pacific, not at high rates, and looks like Brazil very clean today, and not that much being generated from Chile going into Argentina. So that is not bad there. We do still see this funny looking plume here, and I still haven't figured out where that has come from, but that is okay. We'll try to keep hunting for it. And there's White Isle volcano off-gassing, and looks like most of everything that came from the refiners here headed down to Tasmania. Leo definitely doesn't have his barbecue on, and definitely seeing the coking plants still continuing. Tofua not as bad today. Yasur doing okay. And looks like Gawa, and oh darn it, I forgot what Aoba's name is. Anybody remember what never mind. Aoba and Gawa. Okay, we'll carry on. I'm kidding. Anyway, there we go. Pretty normal. Actually, looks like a little less coming from our volcanoes there in Papua New Guinea. And looking at Luolatok doing its thing, and then Semeru is picking up the pace with SO2. Kind of confused here as to which direction things are heading, but Merapi probably responsible for some of this. And then we see kind of Jakarta and of course Krakatau in there doing its thing. And possibly Currency and Marapi up here doing their thing, and then that is going into and this one I forgot. Anybody remember Cinnabung's name? Oh, never mind. Cinnabung. Okay. Ibu and Dakono continuing to do their thing, and then we slide up and seeing what we've got. Milan and Bulusan continuing their stuff. Taal definitely adding to the SO2 issue in the area today, and of course the rest is from people pollution. And then we've got this. Can you come visit sometime if you like? Who's visiting who? Excellent Susie. Favorite place on the planet. Okay. My favorite place is anywhere that's got palm trees and sandy beaches. And I see that we've got a fairly dense cloud here in Hong Kong for a change. Didn't usually see that there. And a little heavier up here, of course, in northern China. Not so much coming from Suwanoshi-jima or Sakurajima or even Aso, which is here, but still off-gassing somewhat. And we slide up looking at the Kamchatka Peninsula. Hard to tell what exactly is going on, but that plume is heading northward. And looking at the rest of the world real quick, normal down here in South Africa. Looks like a whole bunch less SO2 coming from DR Congo area. I can't tell if RTVE is doing anything there today. And then, of course, we have our stuff coming from the refineries in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Iraq. And looking at this nice plume coming down here, that is from Mount Etna. By the way, there are rumblings in Mount Etna. Not many, but it seemed to have picked up just a tad bit. According to Yvonne, anyway. And we have Stromboli there once in a while doing an eruption, and then Volcano. And that is kind of what we've got. It looks like Spain and Portugal and France are looking pretty clear. A little bit in Germany and Holland. Looks like even Belgium is pretty clear. Irish Monk's Land is very clear, and a little bit in England, not that bad. Some in Denmark, and then of course looking at Sweden and Norway, and Finland is, I think, the worst out of the batch. And then looking at Iceland, they've got a clear streak right down the middle here. Kind of weird. Wow. I wonder if it rained there or something. That's a possibility. Okay, we're going to see what we can find out here for our weather, whether we like it or not. And we'll take a look and start out anyway. We see the very cold still up in the very north, and looks like a little bit of okay stuff in Alaska. And then we see the heat is actually moving upward, and they've got a high to keep it there, keep that cold at bay. And looks like British Columbia and Alberta actually not bad for today. Vancouver coming in at 9 degrees. We got about 9 over there for C&D boy over on the rock. Is it really that warm, Bob? That is incredible. 9 degrees. -1 for Edmonton right now, -3 for Calgary, and yeah, nice here. Okay, let's see what KC's temperature is. Ooh, -9, and I don't even want to go over to Regina at -15. Moose Jaw is -18. Oh, yeah. Okay, I got to tell you a real quick story. Let's see if we can bring it up on the map here. Where is elbow? There's there's eyebrow. Where's elbow? Bowley, Central Butte. No. There's elbow. Okay, elbow, the Saskatchewan. I was on a tower at Elbow, Saskatchewan, and Saskatchewan is so flat. Like, a lot of people don't realize how flat it is. And if you take a look, elbow is right about here, where the kind of this little tip is. There's Saskatoon. Okay, that is about 200 kilometers away. There's Regina, and there's Moose Jaw. I was at 200 feet up on a tower, putting on an antenna, and I looked over and I could see Saskatoon. I thought, oh, this is cool. And I yelled at the guy down below. I said, I can see Saskatoon from here. And he said, really? I said, yeah. And then I turned around and I looked, and I could see Regina as well from the tower, and I could see Moose Jaw. And that was incredible, because that is about 300 and some kilometers between them. I could see all three places from this one spot from 200 feet up, and that's how flat it is there in Saskatchewan. So it is pretty cool to have been able to do that. Anyway, let's just kind of keep going here for a second, and then I'm going to take a break shortly. Winnipeg coming in at 14, and Judy M's place about 15, 16. We do see I got some activity around the Great Lakes. It looks like that low is sitting up higher though, so stormy stuff gone that way. We do see about a 0 or a 1 there in Toronto. We got a 0 in London, a 0 in Detroit, Chicago coming in at -1, and about -7 at Henry Nelson's place, and that is cold. And let's see, Montreal 4 degrees, Quebec City is a 0, and then we get out here, we see Halifax at 1, and about 1 for Cole Harbour as well. Looks like New Brunswick anywhere from a 0 to a -1. And yep, 1 degree. And looking at what we see there, Avalon Peninsula is a 0, and we do see down to about -3 there in Newfoundland. And up here, a -13, 14, 16 up in the top end of Newfoundland, Labrador, and Quebec, of course, got some -25, 27 up there. Whoa, cold. All right, when we come back, we will start off with Portland and go south. I'm going to go take that break, you guys, so we'll put you back on some lava. I need to turn that back on for you. There we go. And for those good people who have not yet hit the like button, please do consider hitting the like if you haven't done that yet. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, still sitting in the Lurkers Lounge peeking in, please do consider hitting that. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'm going to go take a break. We'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. There we go. Microphone is back on. Thank you, everyone. A big thank you to Irish Monk for selling his last gold tooth. I'm just wondering whose tooth it actually was, but that's okay. I dance. Oh, Irish Monk, you better just stay sitting down. I don't want you to break anything. I want to see. Yeah, I'll get the video at 11 p.m. That'll be awesome. Thank you, Sue, for the welcome back, as well as Mars 2028 and Cookster Littlefield Fancy Gold Tooth donation. Wow! Welcome back, Doc, and way to go, Chef. I hear you, Dr. Fox2000, say with a tiny voice. Was that tiny enough? Oh boy. Anyway, it is, we gotta stop this lava. These shenanigans on the green day here, we just gotta stop them. And it's all shenanigans. Okay, let's get back over. Oop, I missed where I wanted to go. There we go. Excellent, Doc. Thank you. I want a chef. Okay, let's take a look at Portland's temperature. 11, 12, or 13, depending on where you're holding your hamster. And that is a not bad temperature today for them. And San Jose coming in about that same temperature. And slightly warmer there in LA, 15, 16. Again, depends on where you hold your hamster. And I guess it's the way it is. Thanks, Kathy, for the welcome back. Death Valley coming in at about 20, 19, 20 degrees, something like that. Las Vegas coming in at about 14. Mexicali about 21, 22. Phoenix, Arizona about 18. Tucson coming in at 16. Albuquerque. Oh, hang on. I got a phone call. Okay, sorry about that. I know that was my mom. She called real quick here. Anyway, I will give her a call back as soon as, as soon as I'm done the show here. We're not far away from that. She doesn't know the timing, so she's in BC, of course. It's a little different. Anyway, 0 in Albuquerque. That is cold. And doing down here in Texas, not so warm either. Wow. We see San Antonio 11, Houston 10, Austin 8, Dallas is 10, Oklahoma City is 6. Not so warm there. We see that cold managed to get all the way down. We can see where the warm line is though. New Orleans coming in at 11 as well. We do see here Miami is 22 degrees, and we get 21 in Jacksonville. Atlanta on the cold side at 10. Charlotte is on the warm side at 15. Grandma B's house coming in at 16. And there we go. 17 in Virginia Beach. Baltimore kind of almost in the middle of that cold. 13. 12 in Philadelphia and New York coming in at 12, and Boston in the cold zone at about 7 degrees Celsius. Miami was 22. That's not bad. You can see where the heat is down here. Looks like Cancun is 25. We got 26 in Albuquerque, or sorry, Acapulco, not Albuquerque, Acapulco. 17 there in Mexico City. That cold tried to get down there, but it didn't make it. It looks like places like Mazatlan, 22 degrees right now. Not bad. let's see, looking at in here, 30 degrees in some places. That is pretty awesome. Going down, looking at what we see here, we got 27, 28, a little cooler there on that side, but of Colombia. But then we get over here, see up to about 32 degrees there in Venezuela, and of course the areas there as well in Colombia being fairly warm, 28. 29 some places, pretty awesome. Looks like Ecuador about normal for the coastal areas. Up here in the plateau areas, 26, 27. Same thing with the nice areas up in the north here, 28, 29 for some places in Peru. And of course the mountains are going to be a lot colder. Most of Brazil for evening temperatures, and they are doing pretty darn good. Rio de Janeiro coming in at about 23, 24. Sao Paulo coming in at 19. And we definitely see Uruguay sitting at 24, 23 in some spots, and 25 in others. Uruguay at 24, 25 all the way through. Some spots maybe even 26. And looking at most of Argentina, we can see there's that high. Remember that separation we had yesterday? It's exactly right there. And Buenos Aires coming in at about 26 degrees. And Paysandú coming in at about 25 degrees there. So that's what we've got. Some of those warm temperatures up to about 31 degrees in some spots, maybe even a little bit warmer. And that's almost competing with Venezuela. So that is pretty nice. The bottom end, though, quite cold there in Chile and Argentina. Looking at what we've got there in New Zealand, looks like about 17 or so in Christchurch, and looks like maybe a colder, even dropping to single digits in a couple of spots there on the west side of the South Island. In New Zealand, 16, 17 in Wellington, and looks like a fair day happening in most of those other places. About 20 degrees Celsius in Taupo. Over here where they got all those shakers going on, they're about 22 degrees roughly, and that is not that bad. And then getting up here to Auckland, and let's see, Auckland is 21, and we see the rest of what we got going on up north there looks not bad. And looking at what we've got over here in Hobart, 22, but it looks like about 24, 25 in the interior. They've got warmer weather today, which is probably really welcome. We can see that coming from the north to the south. Yes, we were talking Celsius and not centigrade. Celsius. 30 degrees Celsius there in our wonderful Melbourne today, and Leo is not out having a barbecue. He's missing a good temperature, and 22 degrees Celsius there, and in Adelaide, and we got 28, 27, 28 in Sydney. And home of Oz has got about 31, 32 degrees. Wow. Cycling, I'm okay. Okay, no worries. And looks like 41 so far for the high that I'm seeing here. And that is pretty warm for the outback. Some very warm temperatures. Oh, I seen a 42 in there, and that's going to be the record right there. So 42 degrees Celsius for the highest temp that we see today, and that is pretty nasty. Very hot, too hot. I don't mind, low 30s, is nice. And Perth is at 22, and that's not so bad. I don't see that heat though going all the way up, which is all right. 29 degrees over here in Fiji, and there's a 91p doing its thing, and that low still sitting in between Vanuatu and New Caledonia. Not so bad for Papua New Guinea, a high 20s or 30 degrees, a little bit warmer in East Indonesia. And they've got some warmer temperatures out there. That's pretty awesome. Tiny voice. Yeah, that's like this. If I talk like a little tiny voice. Paysandu is a temperature of the mongoose when she is not angry. But if she is angry, then it goes up to about 41 or 42 degrees, right? Like that over there. Oh. Surely that can't be a true Irish monk. Anyway, it looks nice and weather there in Java and Sumatra and Bangkok coming in at about 29 on the map here, 31 with what Sue brought up. Thank you, Sue. And about 31 over in Manila. And it looks like even the bottom end of Taiwan has come up quite a ways in temperature. Not so warm in Japan today. Bottom end is okay, 17 in Kagoshima. But it looks like this low here is drawing some of that cold air down. And places like Tokyo, only 9 degrees. And we see a single digits, very close to freezing in most of those areas. And 5 degrees in Sapporo. That is not that good either, and we see -6, -7 for a lot of Kamchatka Peninsula. Some of the areas a little bit warmer on the edges, but that's what we've got there. That's not bad. Yeah, I don't need to really tell you what Sri Lanka is. Pretty normal. Delhi coming in at about 18 degrees, and Cape Town down here 17. No signs of Freddy anywhere. And Madagascar anywhere from, well, they look a little cooler today. Doc can hypnotize us all with ease. Oh, you wanna listen to my voice. Listen to my voice. You will bark like a dog when I finish saying this statement. Bark now. How many of you actually barked? Oh boy, I hope that didn't happen. Very long-lived cyclone that Freddy was, yes indeed. A little cooler in the UAE, and of course we are seeing some nicer temperatures in Oman, southern end of Saudi Arabia still holding in okay. Riyadh about 17 right now. Yeah, Irish monk. Yeah, oh boy, that is bad. Once I shouldn't do that. Oh, looks like that cold is trying to get back into Africa, but it's not working. It's just a little bit here in Libya and Tunisia, and of course we've got some in Algeria, and then of course in where it's supposed to be warm in Morocco is cold, and looks like Iraq is a little warmer, a little Syria, kind of a mixed bag, and then we see some cold here. Beirut only a 16, but that's acceptable. Looking at what we see for nighttime temperatures here, anywhere from 1 to about 6 degrees. Even some higher elevations are showing at a -1, but that's okay. Adana coming in at 12, and then we need to go look at Piggy's temperature. She's still getting that wind from the north, so she's a little cooler today, and she'll be about 12 or 13 roughly. from the looks of things. And there we go, 12 degrees. Thank you, Sue. And Athens, Greece, coming in at 7 or 8. And then we've got over here in Sicily some cold temps. The coastal areas are warm, but definitely colder. Redanzo coming in at, it says a 4 here on the map, 2 today on the report, and that is usually the other way around, but that's okay. Moving up, looking at Naples, we see about 11 or 12 degrees there. Rome coming in at a 6. Milano coming in at a 6 as well. Zooming back out. Sardinia, single digits, mid-single digits for the most part. Looks like a little bit warmer there. Well, about the same as yesterday for Portugal. And about 8 degrees in Madrid here, and about 6 for Aurelio. Looks like it's warmer in France than it is in Spain. Nantes 10 degrees. Paris coming in at 9, and then we've got Munich at 5, Frankfurt at 9, Cologne at 11, Yvonne Kunkel's house only 10. And I told her I was going to turn on the weather machine and send her more snow. She didn't want that. 11 there in Brussels and Belgium. It looks like, a few lux, a little bit cooler at 8 or 9. And Amsterdam coming in at about 9 degrees. Berlin coming in at 7. Hamburg at 9. Copenhagen coming in at about a 5. Aarhus coming in at a 6. Oslo 3 degrees. 3 in Stockholm. St. Petersburg a -2, and Moscow a -6. Going over to England real quick, looking at London at +9. There we go. Little well, no, I guess about the same. You see some of the highlands in here, a little cooler, but not bad. 9 degrees. Leeds coming in about 8, and moving up a little bit more. 8 in Glasgow, and a 7 there in Aberdeen. And looking at what do we got? Dublin, that's a 7, and Irish Monk's house is coming in at about a 7 or 8 degrees, depending on where you hold that mouse. And 9 degrees. So the map is slightly off. But we do see that low there drawing up that warmer air and pushing down the colder stuff. Looks like Iceland is still frosty, and we are seeing about -5 in Reykjavik. It says a -2. Wow, big difference in between the map and the temperature reading. Thank you. And 9 degrees according to Irish Monk, and that is awesome. All right. Pardon me. Quick peek at precipitation, and we'll make that really quick. We don't see anything in most places other than the coast, and that is from north of the Queen Charlotte Islands around the Alaskan coast. We see mess, but the rest of it looks pretty good. We see Lake Superior and northern Ontario all the way into Quebec. Not bad around the Great Lakes. And we see the stuff here in both Maine, the St. Lawrence Seaway, and New Brunswick, getting some snow, and Newfoundland snow and ice rain, maybe even out a little further, and Labrador up here getting some snow as well. We do still see the storm here. Whoa, we got more stormy stuff going on in the Gulf of Mexico. That's where that warm streak kind of splits right in this area. So that is coming right for you, Grandma B. And you're going to have some storms. And that's kind of Atlanta just skirting it on the north. And I guess Tallahassee's probably getting stormed out right now too. Looking at the other stuff, not bad in the rest of the United States. little bit of rain there in Arizona, not much in Albuquerque, some snowy spots, but looking not bad for the most part. And northern Mexico and in the southern states, in Texas, getting a little bit of rain, and some rain in Central America, pretty normal. And looking at the northern portions here of Brazil and Colombia and Venezuela, those Guiana Islands or Guiana lands are all okay. And then we see the Amazon getting some rain, and looks like Bolivia, Paraguay, and those areas getting nailed as well. Uruguay, not bad. Paysandú, no rain. And a little bit on the border, though, between Uruguay and Brazil. And then going to the south, that is where we see that big split in temperature. And that's what we're looking for there. Let's take a look here and see New Zealand, not so bad. And South Island, nothing. North Island, we see the northeastern tip getting some rain and thunderstorms as this passes by them. And then nothing in Tasmania. It looks like most of Australia is dry with the exception of these northern points. It looks like that storm still sitting in between Vanuatu and New Caledonia. This 91P still giving them a hard time out in Tonga area, and that possibly a little bit in Fijian Islands. Papua New Guinea, not bad. Eastern Indonesia, not so bad. Indonesia itself is bad, but we see some of the other Malaysian areas here getting nailed. And then, of course, we see there and the Philippines, they are getting some rainy stuff. And looking at southern end of Japan, not bad. Central stuff, though, they've got two lows sitting here, creating all kinds of stormy activity. And it's like Tokyo stuck right in between the two. And once that moves across them, I'm sure they'll get drenched. We do see this lead going all the way up across the Kamchatka Peninsula, snowing like the dickens up there, I bet. So that's what we've got there. Moving over, some rain in India, both central and northern portions. Kamchatka, no, not Kamchatka, no. What is this? What the heck do you call Madagascar? It's Madagascar is getting a little bit on the edges. Southern Africa, not bad. Central area here in the jungle areas are definitely getting some rain. And it looks like maybe no rain for Piggy, maybe. But we do see this here in the eastern portions of the Mediterranean, and some rain there in Turkey as well. Leopards and elephants are loving the extra green vegetation in South Africa. Okay, I can't spell what? Madagascar. Madagascar. Yeah, well, that's going to be real tough to say when you can't spell it right. Some rain in Spain will give you no pain. And there we see some in Portugal, making your Portugal. And we do see some France. Rain in France will make you dance. And then we see this going all the way up in Germany, all the way to Denmark. And I have nothing to rhyme with Denmark. Oh, let's see. Let's keep the Russell in Brussels. Brussels, yeah. And Amsterdam. I can't make up any rhymes with that. That ain't gonna work. Denmark. Hark. I have no idea what to do with it. I do see that going all the way to Stockholm. And then we look at this mess of what this low up top here, sitting off the coast of Norway and making all that snow. Look at that. It's Finland, northern Sweden, and of course the pretty much the entire length of the Norwegian coastline getting nailed. And okay, there we go. England, some spotty rain all over the place, and looks like Glasgow's getting wet. And I think they've got fog there. Irish monk sneaks around in the fog at night, and that's okay. And then we see here we've got that low sitting up a little bit further, and that is all cool. And look at Iceland. There's that streak that was clear, no SO2 in that area. That's why we've got a snow and rainy stuff cleaning the SO2 out. And looks like the rest of what we've got going on looks not bad for Iceland though. And let's get over to our temperatures, and we'll see if we can find the cold spots on this planet. Ooh, I already see a minus 62, 65, 67. Wow, minus 68 degrees Celsius. And down here, that is a cold minus 68 so far. And let's see if we can find something slightly colder. Minus 68. Let's zoom in on that. Minus 68. Oh, I see a minus 69 right in here. Minus 69, almost minus 70. Let's see if we can find a minus 70. Minus 69 is what we've got. And that is cold. That is almost winter time for them. What about these other highs here? And no, not so bad, not so bad. Minus 54, 55, 49. No, not gonna work. 50, 53, 56 in there. 57. No, not good. No, I think that minus 69 is, I'm going to have to live with that. That is pretty darn cold. And I don't see anything else colder than a minus 69. I'm going to leave that as a minus 69, so that's okay. And we will see what we've got in Greenland. And see what we've got. A minus 44, 45, 46 right there. Minus 46 already. There's a minus 47 over a great big spread area. Minus 47. And I think that might be it. A minus 47. I see it there, so let's see if we zoom in. Do we see a minus 48 anywhere? I don't think so. That looks to be widespread, that minus 47. Yep, going up a little further north. No, 46, 47, 46, 47. Yeah, I think I'm going to stick with a minus 47. That's what we got right in the middle of that darn thing. So that will be okay. That is cold enough for me. Let's check out the Arctic and see if my Arctic fox fur still works. And we will find something cold here. Minus 40 so far. So that's not bad. Minus 40 there as well. What about over here? Minus 41, minus 43. And let's see if we can find something colder than minus 43. I might have to do some zooming. Minus 44, 45. Oh, there's a minus 46 right there. Burr. Okay, minus 46. That looks warmer. So, yep, minus 46 we had. And that is pretty cold. Let's see. I want to check that other spot up north there. This lake area. Minus 42. No, that looks warmer today. And what about up here? No, I think we'll stick with that minus 46 so far. I don't see anything colder there, or here, or there. No, minus 41. That's not cold enough. 41, 43, 44. We already got minus 46, so this would be interesting. 42. Yeah, minus 44 there. That's not cold enough. Let's check these other islands out. That looks warm. Nothing in there. Nothing in here. No, 30s. That's no good. Well, we had minus 46. Let's take it as a minus 46 for me. For our Arctic area, minus 46, and that'll be okay. And now we gotta find the Siberian cold. Minus 40 something. No, minus 50. There we got a minus 37. And let's see if we can find something colder than a minus 37. Minus, oh, I seen a 38 in here. 39. Minus a 39. Oh, I see minus a 40. Right there. Minus a 40. Am I gonna find a 41? No, it looks warmer there. What about in here? And there's a cold spot. 36. No, not cold enough. Okay, and let's see. What about on the tip of that? Yeah, that's where we were. No. All right, that's it. A minus 40. I think that's all I can find. No, not seeing it. 37, 38, 39. We had the 40, where that's only a minus 39 there. That's no good. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to live with a minus 40 for in Russia, in the cold parts. So a minus 40 it is. That's what we had, and not gonna get any colder. It looks like it's almost tropical in there now. So that's it for today, and I don't think I can change anything, and I don't think there are any colder temperatures. So that's all she wrote. And how did I score? Did I make it? Did I do it? Did I beat her? What do you mean it's a tie? Darn it, I needed 2 wins in a row. Oh, darn it. I gotta try better. I gotta make my weather machine work. Oh, way to go, Sue. You got it all tied up, and that is almost cool. You almost made it. String a tie again. Yep. And all ties. Wow. Cool. Cold. Or frozen, even. And that is awesome. Anyway, it's time to wrap the show up, you guys. Good cold hunting, Doc. Thank you, Sue. I'll let you go feed the animals while I wrap things up and put some heat back on the screen to keep us warm. So for those good people who are here, what happened? It paused. There we go. For those good people who are still here, thank you all and do appreciate it. For those who haven't yet hit the like button, please consider hitting it. That'd be awesome. Also, if you haven't subscribed yet, consider subscribing if you enjoyed the show. On those friendly notes, I want to say a big thank you to our gift givers and super chatters. And of course, Grandma B gifted one gift, an Irish Monk gifted a 5-pack. Thank you very kindly to you guys for the gifting memberships. And then Irish Monk with his 3 wonderful super chats. Thank you very kindly, Irish Monk. And I'm still curious whose tooth that was. That is awesome. Thank you very kindly for your wonderful support. I really do appreciate that. That does help out a whole bunch, and greatly appreciated on my end. On that friendly note, also want to say thanks to our wonderful moderators, Arizona Snowman, Piggy, and Piggy, of course, for sending all those wonderful bacon seeds in all the time. Arizona Snowman for being in the background and ready to pounce if we need it. And also a big thank you for C&D Boy and Gary 24/7 Live, he's at Skies. And of course Lucas Snow and Joseph Fields. Thank you, moderators. You guys are appreciated very, very much. I do really appreciate having you here. And also a big thank you to everyone in the Lava family, whether you're a member or non-member. You're all good, and thank you kindly. So be good and be kind, and take care of each other and take care of yourselves. And the best thing that I can add at the end of my stream, as I always do, please, please tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And tomorrow, Saturday, stream starts early. Remember that. A stream starts early. Grandma B, remember, early. Anyway, thanks everyone for being here, and have yourselves a super night. Take care, and oink oink.